Good afternoon. Welcome to this Tuesday edition of Wire to Wire. Hello, everyone, from Horseshoe Indianapolis, alongside Racing Rachel, track announcer John G. Dooley, as we kick off another week of action here in the Hoosier State. And today, a 9-race all-main track card will close with a quarter-horse dash. So 8 thoroughbred races for all of you to handicap. And, of course, we have those pick fives, the rolling doubles, and rolling pick threes kicking off with a 210 opener. But weather-wise, sunny skies, fast main track, off the turf.
Yeah, I already got the people on
the blowback.
Yeah, and because it confuses people when they're not here. But we got a ton of rain this weekend. My grass is so tall because I didn't want to mow it yesterday because it was really soft. And still, even though it was a nice day yesterday and today, it rained all night. Sunday night into Monday morning, and then finally ended. And the temperatures haven't been that high. We have a really long meet. It's better just to save it when it's soft than tear it up. And you know, you got to play chess, not checkers, boys. You got to think about into the future. And so yeah, we run until November, and Tony's just done such a wonderful job of protecting the turf so that we can run longer than most tracks. So very happy for that. But yes, it is disappointing today that we are off the turf. Still, other than the turf races, a wonderful card. Yeah,
it happened to us on Caesar's Day. We were off the turf. We're off the turf today, but again, it happens. Outdoor sports. So what can we say? But a fast main track here today for the official race day forecast. Rachel mentioned the rain over the weekend. Saw a tweet from Gabe Pruitt. Even Anderson got hit hard for their racing program.
Yeah, they did. I was watching.
Yeah, Hoosier Park over the weekend. But we had a nice day yesterday and on tap today. So for the official race day forecast, let's go downtown. A lot of traffic there. 65 north and south. Macy Tetrick. Get me back.
We'll complain off air and on air about that.
And for our racing card here today. Macy WRTV6. How about the forecast?
From Indy's streaming news leader, this is a WRTV update.
Good afternoon, meteorologist Chris Swain. Temperatures get a little bit warmer today, most of us in the mid-70s. Starting now through the afternoon, we'll get a couple of clouds in place, but dry skies as we stay mild here. Heat will slowly build, so thankfully a break. A little bit of wildfire smoke overhead, but otherwise not much in the way of humidity. We'll stay mild and dry, no real big impacts there. We'll keep you updated. Back to you, John.
Obviously,
the new guy.
Tetrick.
The new guy looks like Harry Potter.
Macy's got different assignments now from WRTV.
Well, everybody's kind of shifting because Todd moved up to the head meteorologist, which Kevin Gregory, I think, is that who it was? He talked to me in I distinctly remember this because I wanted to be on TV even when Kevin Gregory who retired. Yeah. I wanted to be Aaron Andros when I was little. I wanted to be on TV all the time. So when the news guy came to talk to us, I was like, oh my gosh, this is it. Like, this is what I want to do. And so I remember that was in 7th grade, John. 7th grade. And then now when I'm in my 30s, he was still doing our weather. So
influences.
Yes, but he was ready to retire, and then we moved Todd up, who Todd's been doing it forever as well, and then Macy now has moved up a shift, and we've got this guy, and Todd told me that he's really good, and he gave me both of their numbers, so we missed a couple Saturdays. I'm going to make sure that we don't miss that anymore, especially this Saturday since we're racing at night.
Yeah, we got Pups and Ponies coming up on Saturday, and talking about students, University of Arizona's Nathan Klein, he's called races here last season around the country. Nathan, I know I'm jumping ahead on the script, but only bringing that up because back in my days at St. John's, among those people that talked to our racetrack industry class was Tom Durkin. So you talk about those influences in the classroom.
Oh my gosh, I don't normally get starstruck about horse racing people, but Tom Durkin struck me. And then I tell you, after I talked to him at Saratoga, he got on his little scooter and scooted away, and I was like, is this real life? Am I dreaming? Yeah, but it doesn't matter if we've skipped the script. I saw him on my way down. I was rushing down here, but Nathan's here to join our wonderful other interns, Riker and Darby, who are both doing such a wonderful job. And Nathan is going to he's like a little racetrack industry star already.
He's got his binoculars.
Look how professional the man is. And he gets my old office. Now that.
Even I couldn't get your old office.
I know.
But you painted mine officially.
I did. Yeah, we did have yours painted because I love you.
Nathan, he loves horse racing. He'll be providing us with Nathan's Horse Racing History Minute each week, so we look forward to that. Welcome back to Horseshoe Indianapolis, Nathan Klein from the University of Arizona. Also saw on social media, he picked up a nice scholarship too, I think.
Did he? I didn't see that.
It was the Jockey Club scholarship.
Oh, that's excellent. Congratulations, Nathan.
Riding double, Santos Sanjor, congratulations. Going back to when we last raced here at Horseshoe Indianapolis. Santos Sanjor, we've talked about him often here on the pre-race Ray show. Kind of one of those under the radar jockeys, and
Yeah.
it really
And
shouldn't
he's
be
on a
because he's
live
a talented jockey. Yeah,
Yeah.
he had a couple of winners here when we last raced here at the track.
Yeah, and I thought today we would show a couple of his were a little bit more of long shots, and then, a first win for a jockey. Santos started out in the second race. I was watching the replays this morning. I got up and posted the track edition and fielded all those wonderful. I knew the messages were going to fly in.
I just let the laptop sleep.
I've got
put it on
kids.
sleep.
I've got kids. They wake me up. I was getting kicked by Houston this morning. Anyway, I watched the replays, and it was a good day, even though we were, taking off. But Kaikan, Gennaro, not shocking, but a $14 horse on Gennaro. I'm telling you, this is why John and I say that he's underrated.
6
He
to 1.
doesn't get, but he is such a great jockey. So anyways, congratulations to them.
Oh, then it
And
comes-
$15 underneath with a John Aaron.
No, nice price horse there.
Sheesh.
Gennaro Garcia, of course, Randy Klopp leading the trainer standings. Gennaro right there, too. Then along comes Luna Lena. Ran about 5 wide on the first turn, ran wide up the back of the track, circled and took the lead past Time In, who was the solo speed at 8-5 under Fernando de la Cruz. As Time In, it was Time Out. A big TO for Time In, who dropped back. But Luna Lena just kept on finding. This was a really big effort out of this meet, and I don't know, again, the competition that was behind her, but racing wide throughout, the Luna Lena got the result. Again, a nice ride there by Santos Sanjor. Strong handling late.
Yeah, $75 exact on that one, 115 or something like that on the other one. Very nice, very nice. And also, first U.S. win. And I
well.
saw this. I said, who was I talking? Jimmy Mack and I, because he knows everything about jockeys. Albornoz. So congratulations to him. It was his first U.S. win Saturday. And he was on keen eyesight for my buddy Ray Paquette.
Yeah. Pink Silks, you can't miss those for Ray. Ray Paquette the third,
Ray's a
teaming
real
with
man.
Joel Albornoz, Chilean-born jockey. Came to the U.S. Late last year. That family tie with Joseph Romero, and keen eyesight certainly was looking for the line. Stupendous just kept on finding all the way to the finish too. Stupendous was between horses in the blue sleeves, and it turned out to be an exciting finish there as keen eyesight spotted the wire first under Joel to get the victory there for Ray.
Yes, an excellent day. And also, we didn't want to show like the whole card, but
Fernando
had a hat trick. And I say this, but there's about 3 jockeys that when they get on a roll, they get on a roll. Was it, I'm going to have to, Evan's only been riding here a couple years, but I think I'm going to have to add him to that list because he had, 3 days in a row with doubles or 2 days in a row. Fernando always gets on a kick week after week. He'll have a riding triple or double, or he won't. There's really no in between. And then, there's
When
a
you're
couple
hot,
others.
you're hot.
Yeah, when he's hot, he's hot. And it's not like he's not racking up wins, but with the multiple rolling and getting hot, definitely there's a few jockeys that it gets. Ramos is one of them.
Tight at the top of the meet
Yeah, it's
leaderboard
close.
between Joe and Fernando de la Cruz, and there we go, right on
Look, don't
cue.
even have to tell Aaron. I
Right
didn't.
on cue.
Last year I was really good at putting it on the script, and this year I haven't. But Aaron's so on it.
27-26, Joe over Fernando de la Cruz, coming off that hat trick of wins here when we last ran at Horseshoe Indianapolis. Alberto Burgos, another strong season. Right now he's in the bronze medal spot. He won 81 last year, taking the leading jockey title here at Horseshoe Indianapolis. Talking about Alberto Burgos, Marcelino Pedroza Jr. Again, he's a 3-time champion here. If Marcelino, let's knock on wood, he stays healthy for the whole meet, he can certainly finish up strong. Evan Roman, who joined the ranks here last year, 16. Sammy Bermuda is certainly a veteran in town with Fiend Fadine and Manny Esquivel right there with a baker's dozen. Randy Klopp 5 up on John Harron. Terrific meet by John. He's been teaming with Alberto Burgos, and again, they've been putting up a lot of W's this meet.
A lot of dubs for sure.
Fly the W.
Saturday was a great card. I'm sorry I missed it. But today we have
Exactamundo.
Exactamundo, which is a really fun I love exactas. I always tell people my percentage, just take all my top 3 and put it all in an exacta box.
I like double mundo and
Double mundo
three
and
mundo.
pick 3. I do like double. I always have a double on my tip sheet. I also like double mundos.
Where's today? I thought today was jockey agent contest.
Is it?
It's
Oh yeah, that's
Tuesday.
Thursday. Today's Jocks Agent. What did I do? Sorry. Hey, that was a what's his name? What's the guy? What am I thinking of? Aaron, the movie, San Diego. Ron Burgundy. That was a Ron Burgundy movie. Yeah, Anchorman. I
accidental
literally, if
partridge.
it's
Or it was
written
an
down on the
accidental
script,
partridge.
Rachel will say it. So don't be careful. Today is not Exactamundo. Today is
Put it on
Jock's
the- put it on the
agent.
script, John reads it.
Thank
Whether
God
that's right or not.
Darby's helping with social media because she posted the correct the correct graphic today. But this
Oh, there we
also
go.
is a fun one. Tammy and I have tweaked it because it bothered us so much that people would just coast with the same two jockeys. But you have to pick the jockey of the day every day. You have to pick the right ones. And I'm going to tell you guys this probably for the rest of the time leading up till Derby, Indiana Derby. The key is to which ones you pick on the big days like Indiana Derby because,
Right.
you know, Flo might not come right here very often, but when he's here on Indiana Derby Day, he's got a good shot
That's
of
a
winning a
good
couple
point.
stakes. So be sure to check the contest counter for jockey's agent, not Exactamundo.
Dragoon Guard last year, Florent Giroux for Brad Cox and Juddmonte, of course, then ran in the Pennsylvania Derby's been off the shelf and has now made his 4-year-old season about just a short time ago into the Twin Spires at Churchill Downs. We'll keep our eyes on last year's Indiana Derby winner as this year's Indiana Derby in Oaks is quickly approaching on Saturday, July 5th as we're racing right through this month of June. And again, today's contest, as Rachel just mentioned, the Jockey's Agent contest, and then we'll have, of course, Racing Rachel's Warriors tomorrow.
Are you sure?
And Thursdays will be Exactamundo. See, we think this. Some days we're off Friday, Saturday, and Sunday, and some days we're off. We're running on
It
Saturdays
is.
and off
It
on
throws
Sunday
me
and
off.
Monday.
I was just telling someone on Twitter today because of like we've raced every Saturday except the 21st, and then they were asking about the post time on Saturday. Is it early? So I was like, actually, it's later this time. So it's we might start at 10:45. We might start in the morning. We might start in the afternoon, and we might start in the evenings.
Oh, speaking of evenings,
Let's tell them. Yes.
this coming Saturday, Pups and Ponies here, and also the 11th World Jockey Challenge.
love
is
this
back.
dog
Can
they chose.
By the way, can anyone beat Joe Ramos and Team Puerto Rico? Unless Joe's riding at Churchill Downs or out of town.
I don't know. That's
they've
a
been
good question.
dominating since the years that I've been here. But in addition to Pups and Ponies,
Yeah,
there's
he's
that.
won
But,
it the last
I mean,
2
I don't-
years.
I mean, Saturday, June 14th. That's this Saturday. We'll kick off at 5:10 p.m. Eastern.
Yeah, please be here for Pups and Ponies. It's a wonderful event, and be sure to go visit the Canine Castaways and meet booth. They have a booth of adoptable dogs. You can meet them. Bring a pet food item, and you receive a gift. And Aaron showed me the dog bowls. They're really sweet. We have some pretty cool swag for this Saturday. Also, Itoba will be here, and you can win a win picture in the winner's circle as well. So be sure to
Yeah, we've done
be here
That's
for
fun.
that.
That's cool. Yeah.
Yep, there it is. Enter to win a trip to the winner's circle.
And again, that's Saturday night as we kick off at 5:15. So fans will be joining us here later as we also root on our Pacers, by the way, coming up. That game home.
They've already
tied
got me ready to
one
go on
apiece.
FanDuel. I know, one apiece.
And
The,
again,
the
that-
trash talk will be strong today.
Pups and Ponies, that 11th annual World Jockey Challenge. Again, that's always been popular
So
as
fun.
jockeys. Yeah, because they're, they compete for their home countries. And as I mentioned, I mean, Joel Albornoz, others maybe carrying the flag of Chile. And then you have the Joe Ramos and those that represent their home
It's
country
fun.
of
Yeah,
Puerto
it's fun to
Rico.
see them all cheering for each other. Like if they're not in that race, they're like, hey man, get this point for USA. And then Mexico's always right there, and so they'll stay for the quarter horse races if they're close to root on their fellow.
No, I enjoy it.
Mexican. Yeah, it's a lot of fun.
Then after this weekend, as we look forward 10 days from now, in fact, Friday, June 20th, the Summer Concert Series back here at Horseshoe Indianapolis on the Apron, Stella Luna, and the Satellites. That'll start at 7 o'clock. Food trucks, drink stations, all that for those coming out here. Horseshoe Indianapolis, of course, casino open 24/7. And again, for our racing schedule, looking forward to racing here on Saturday at 5:15.
Yeah, it's going to be a really fun evening of racing.
Indiana Derby, we mentioned, and Indiana Oaks
I feel like it's just
approaching
like
fast.
Yes.
You'll certainly want to reach out to Beth. Call, as we say, Boss Beth for reservations at
That's what I got.
317-421-8801. Indiana Derby reservations. There's Dragoon Guard, winner of the 2024 Grade 3 Indiana Derby here last season. It was Florent Giroux, Brad Cox, and those famous Juddmonte silks worn by last year's Indiana Derby winner. And again, fast approaching here coming up next month.
Yeah, very excited about the Indiana Derby. Might have to have Louis give you guys some updates, but he's heard from some people who are pointing towards the Indiana Derby. Obviously, we won't know until the week of, but it's so crazy to me that it's literally as soon as June's over, it is Derby week. So I'm just writing down right now as things,
It's
like
going
I
by
just wrote down on my script, order your derby dress because it's like gonna be years before you know it.
Yeah, Derby and Oaks, and then we have
Yeah.
that break in toward the latter half of July. So after, of course, our big Indiana Derby Day here, then we start talking August. You start looking forward to the Travers Stakes. Then you start talking the fall. You start talking Breeders' Cup, and you guys start making marketing plans for 2026.
Oh my gosh, don't say that.
Wow, fun.
You're wishing my life away. I was just telling Ray how old I feel.
Let's thank let's thank our sponsors
Let's please
for
thank our
2025.
sponsors,
We please do, of course, Tequila Erador, Corbel, talking about all of our good friends with breed development as well, and also Winner's Circle sponsor, talking about Murphy Trailer Sales, terrific customer service and loyalty since 1984. You can reach out to them at the number you see on your screen, as we do each and every day here on the pre-race show. We'd like to always thank our sponsors for racing here at Horseshoe Indianapolis. Murphy Trailer Sales, 765-361-8803. The tote board and starting gate sponsor, there's B&H Electric. They've got locations in town and also Seymour, and Rachel's promised to take me to Bloomington one day in the near future. You can reach out to them at www.bh-electric.com. Social media wise, we've got you covered. We'd love to hear from all of you on social media. You can reach out to me at John G. Dooley. Martha Clausen will be along later today to talk about our final quarter horse maiden dash of the day. I've never seen so many quarter horse maidens than I have here at Horseshoe
Oh my
Indianapolis.
gosh,
So
it's been
Martha,
insane.
that's why we've
Can
got
you
Martha
imagine
to
how
handicap
next
it
year's
all.
going to be? The 3-year-old crop is going to be crazy competitive.
a lot of
We have
quarter
a
horse maidens
lot
available.
of quarter horse maidens, yeah.
Racing Rachel talking about it all on X, and Brian Aragoni standing by to talk about the 50 cent early pick 5. You can reach out to Brian on social media on X, specifically at Mr. B Analyst. Trackwise, we've got you covered as Rachel and I get set to say goodbye here from the set on X at HS Indy Racing, on Instagram at Horseshoe Indy, and subscribe to our YouTube channel at Horseshoe Indianapolis Racing. All main track hard. Horse players, we've got 9 on tap, and the main track is fast. We have the weather forecast from WRTV6's
Yes, sir.
The New Guy. Main track is fast.
Harry
and
Potter.
Stay tuned.
I've got a big thing for Harry
Brian
Potter,
Aragoni
too.
about to talk the 50 cent early
I've
pick
got a
5.
big thing for Brian Aragoni, too. My boy B
There
is
you
up next,
go.
ladies and gentlemen.
All right, for Racing Rachel, track announcer John G. Dooley saying, we're done. Have fun.
Chip, chip, cheerio.
Ciao.
Tequila Herradura. Extraordinary awaits.
Look around. Spring is here. And no matter what you're planning or planting, it's nice to know Hubler Ford's got you covered for 200,000 miles. During Hubler's Spring Forward event, save big on a new Ford. You pay what we pay. Ford employee pricing for everyone. So spring forward, knowing Hubler's got you covered for 200,000 miles.
DriveHubler.com.
Look around. Spring is here. And no matter what you're planning or planting, it's nice to know Hubler Ford's got you covered for 200,000 miles. During Hubler's Spring Forward event, save big on a new Ford. You pay what we pay. Ford employee pricing for everyone. So spring forward, knowing Hubler's got you covered for 200,000 miles.
DriveHubler.com.
Welcome back to Tuesday here, a beautiful Tuesday at Horseshoe Indianapolis. Unfortunately, the rain and weather was not kind to us over the weekend. As you saw up in New York, a lot of rain came through the Midwest area as well. So we are off the turf today. Hopefully we'll be back on that turf course a little later on this week. But it did certainly change the back half of the card, affecting races 5, 7, and 8 on that back half. But we're 29 minutes away. We are on a fast main track. Fortunate that the main track is listed as fast. And only one scratch to report in the opener with number 4, Flint Express. So we'll be on that fast track. You're going to see a lot of changes in races 5, 7, and 8. No $1 horseshoe hat trick. We only race with the $1 horseshoe hat trick when we're on the turf course. We do have rolling pick 3s and daily doubles, whatever fits your fancy, and that 15% takeout $1 pick 4. Your takeout on the pick 5, 11.99% takeout. But we are ready to rock and roll here at Horseshoe Indianapolis. So we're going to get started in race number 1. And this is somewhat of a sneaky, challenging event. May not feel all that challenging because you do only have 7 horses with the scratch of the 4. But I think it's a little bit more wide open than Peter's Dream, and it looks like early on the bettors do agree. Peter's Dream is your morning line favorite at 5-2. However, Shield Me with a Prayer certainly has upside. Second start off the layoff, I think we'll appreciate being back on a fast main track. The only win did come on a fast track. Last time they ran into a sloppy race course. Should be more fit today. Second start off the layoff, and they do get Joe Ramos aboard for Bob Gorham, who's looking to turn his season around. And then Sacra's Quest, Randy Klopp. Fernando de la Cruz teaming up in here. Jockey-trainer combination you don't see all that frequently. Last race, they broke sharp, quickly opened up. They were kind of headed at the top of the lane or swarmed at the top of the lane. And just the jump in class from maiden special weight to allowance going against winners for the first time is a tall task. That's a lot to ask. Now you get Klopp on the drop. From allowance down to claiming, I think it's going to make a huge difference in here. It's not anywhere near a red flag class drop for me. If they get a win in here, they're darn near close to out of conditions. And with state-bred horses, once they're out of conditions, their spots are very limited. So to me, this is not a red flag class drop by any means. It's simply Klopp on the drop, currently favored 5, 6, and 8. For me to kick off the card 27 minutes away. We'll kick off that $1 pick 4. No fancy name. The Itoba name is reserved for that late pick 4, which will begin today in race number 5. But marketing and Rachel have to make a cool name for this early pick 4, so we have something to discuss. $1 minimum, 15% takeout, one of the lowest takeouts in the country. State-bred competition maidens all looking for their first career victory. Going to stretch it out and go a mile and 70 yards in here. I think Page Perfect, strictly the horse to beat. Not sure it'll be the horse to bet, but it is tough to rely on a horse who's 0 for 25. When you exit race that wasn't very strong, came home at 113.2 and 6 years old, that's tough to stomach. Then you start looking at the rest of the field, and you start to think Page Perfect looks pretty good. And that's not throwing shots or anything like that, but these horses don't have a lot of form to go off of and not a lot of consistency to go off of. So we're going to go 1-2-5 in here. Not proud of it by any means, but it is a race that feels a little bit like putting a blindfold on and throwing some darts. That's what it will feel as they approach the gate for race number 2, because they are inconsistent at this level. Your likely favorite is going to be around even money, drawing the rail, and is looking to do something that 25 other tries and attempts have not been rewarded by any means. So Page Perfect, strictly the horse to beat, has the most recent form that is the most consistent. However, not only 25 defeats, but only 2 second-place finishes as well. We'll see if Page Perfect can get that elusive first victory in the second. Race number 3, 5.5 furlongs, allowance competition, no scratches, no changes. 7 of them go to the gate. 5.5 furlongs going to be the distance. I think this race is absolutely wide open. So therefore, I'm going to take a stand against Texas Free. Even money morning line. Every computer that I follow has Texas Free on top. So it's going to be many people's singles. Guess what? With using the favorites in race number 2, using the favorites in race number 1, I'm going to have to get a price. So we're going to pitch Texas Free, who I do expect to go off around 3-5, And if Texas Free runs as big as he did last time, they're all running for second. It's that simple. If this horse breaks sharp, clears off on the front end, they're all running for second. However, last time was Klopp on the drop. Now it's Klopp on the rise, and this is a much taller task. 15,000 non-winners of 2 is a lot different than this allowance level, and I think there is some other speed in here as well. So we're going to go 3, 4, 5, 6, and 7 in race number 3, but I readily admit, and you should start as well, Texas Free, strictly the horse to beat on paper, but that's why they run the race out on the racetrack. 3:12 will be the post time. We'll see if we can beat Texas Free, a heavily backed favorite in race number 3. Race number 4, 5-furlong sprint for 2-year-old fillies bred in the state of Indiana, made in special weight. I've been waiting on Dreaming Bonita to come back. That's a horse who ran big at 5-2. I don't think we're going to get anywhere near that 6-1 price. I am hopeful that all the money piles into Stolen Loot because that looks like bad loot to me. $100,000 spent at the Keeneland sale in September of 2024. I love that the Cassie gang and the Barbers are getting into the state bred program and purchasing Indiana breds. I just think this is a terrible bet today. A first-time starter at 5-2. They spent $100,000, 10 times that stud fee. There's a bloodstock agent out there that is hoping Stolen Loot is going to run very well. I would wish nothing but the best for the connections and nothing but the best for the horse. I just hope they don't win this race. Dreaming Bonita at 6-1 has an experience edge over this group, showed good speed, dueling 2 wide, was joined on the outside, which is tough for a first-time starter, young 2-year-old filly, and she fought right on. She won the battle. She dueled the others into submission. She simply lost the war to Dreaming Y, who got her head down at the wire. I think Dreaming Bonita, with that experience today, is going to be the hammer time play, and I am hopeful that all of those first-time starters get the smoke. If there's first-time starters in here that are live, I think Jonathan Nance could be debuting 2 good ones. Red Iola along with Tiva. Nancy Shelley owns Tiva. They paid $5,000 at the Indiana sale as well. Rodney Prescott, veteran rider who can pick his spots, and he certainly does not need to get aboard 2-year-old fillies if he does not think they are live. So I'm going to put my attention into the 2 and the 5 for some exactas underneath, but I'm all about Dreaming Bonita and the experience she brings to the table as we kick off that late fire 5 in race number 4. Race number 5, the first race that is affected by the surface changes in here. 2, 3, 7, 8, and 12 will be the only ones to go to the gate. 2, 3, 7, 8, and 12 in this spot. I don't love going this deep. I'm going to be 3, 7, and 12 in here. The 3 is a horse that doesn't exit the common race. 3 of the 5 horses do exit a common race, in which My Amy, I thought Equibase put a great chart up. They put a great little five word blur rail, took up at the 3/4. That's exactly what happened. And for a lightly raced 4-year-old filly, when she takes up and loses all her momentum, there's not a lot of gas left in the tank for her to rally, especially stretching out for the first time. I think she'll be significantly better today, draking from the outside and avoiding any trouble. You've also got Extreme Dream, maybe the most obvious of the group. But how about Statement Made? Evan Roman is having himself a very nice meet. He's winning right around 15%. The blinkers coming off this 3-year-old filly by Always Dreaming. She's by a Kentucky Derby champion who like to be on the front end. Maybe this horse could sneak away on the front end, has never really shown a ton of speed early on in her races, but with the blinkers coming off, maybe she'll settle. Second time going a route of ground. She also had trouble last time out, and she's one of the only horses not exiting a common race. She's the fresh face to this group. Statement Made will be a player in here, in my opinion. 3, 7, and 12 as we kick off that early pick 5. Thanks for tuning in. It's not Monday any longer. We're already off on to Tuesday. Congratulations to making it to Tuesday in your working week or your racing week, whichever one it may be. We're 21 minutes away. We're on a fast main track off the turf today, but still plenty of racing action coming up. Coming at you as John G. Dooley will give you the changes 15 minutes from post, and then we'll be on the track before you know it. Enjoy today.
Good afternoon from Horseshoe Indianapolis. Hello now from the broadcast booth. Great to have you with us today. Track announcer John G. Dooley, 9-carded under sunny skies. Temperatures in the mid-70s. All main track hard. Main track fast, we're off the turf. Main track fast, if you have your programs close by, let's take a look at the changes and corrections on today's racing program. Opening distaff sprint starts the 50-cent early pick 5. At the top of the card, scratch number 4, the Flint Express. Number 4, the Flint Express, has been scratched. In the second race maiden, start to the $1 early pick 4. There are no changes. Second race, all 7 run in the maiden. Turning to the third, in this state bred sprint, no scratches. Number 4, Goldwyn, a change of jockey to Marcelino Pedroza Jr. Marcelino Pedroza Jr. on the 4, Goldwyn. On to the fourth. Fourth race, maiden juvenile fillies sprint. Start to the 50-cent late pick 5. No scratches. No jockey changes. Number 5, Red Iola, and 2 pounds to the listed program weight. Number 6, Bebecita, 2 pounds over in the fourth. Race 5 taken off the turf course. All main track card is noted in the maiden to be run on the main track at 1 mile and 70 yards. Scratch from the 5th race. 1, Morgan's Bluff. 4, Crowned with Grace. 5, Sister Mary Margaret. Take out the 6, Miss McKenna. 9, Golden Cross. Scratch the 10, Mischief Lily. 11, Stage Right. And scratch the also eligibles, 13, West Maple. 14, Beddoes Birdie. 15, Take the Silver. And the 16, Fall in Love. With those scratches, no superfecta wagering. Made it on the main track. No all turf pick 3. 1 mile and 70 yards. Scratch 1, 4, 5, 6, 9, 10, number 11, 13 through number 16, all have been withdrawn. After the maiden race 6, in the sprint, here are no scratches and no jockey changes. Number 7, Unbridled Slew, 3 pounds over. The 7th race, another taken off the turf course. The 7th race will be run on the main track over the mile and a 16th. Scratch 1, Precious Medley. 2, Majestic Drive. 3, High Barbie. Take out the 4, Lady of Power. And scratch the 7, Pressure. No superfecta wagering and no pentafecta. Scratch the 1, 2, 3, 4, and number 7. 8, Sweet Molly B, a jockey change to Evan Roman. Evan Roman rides number 8, Sweet Molly B. Race 8, the maiden is off the turf. This will now be run on the main track over the mile and a 16th. Scratch 1 after Big Storm. 3, the Irish Ranter. Take out the 4, Porky is my name. And scratch the 14, Mordecai. Note the 13 is Free Lad, entered by John Harron as a main track only, will run. In his Free Lad, the number 13 draws in. Scratch the 1, 3, 4, and the number 14. Number 6, Sligo Time, a jockey change to Santo Sanjor. On 6, Sligo Time, racing first time on Lasix medication. That should be marked in your program L1. First time Lasix for the 6, Sligo Time, and that jockey change. 12, Kentucky Justice, add 2 pounds to the program weight listed there. And in the 9th, closing with a quarter horse maiden dash over the 400 yards. No scratches. Number 4, Long-Legged Lover, a jockey change to Jose Ruiz. Jose Ruiz will ride number 4, Long-Legged Lover, in the 9th. Horses in the walking ring for the Distaff Sprint opener, with now 10 minutes to post time. Under sunny skies, mid-70s, as noted, all main track card were off the turf, and the main track labeled fast. Make it a great day with us here at Horseshoe Indianapolis. The horses call postward for the first race. The distaff sprint at the distance of 5.5 furlongs, a field of 7. Number 4, the Flint Express, has been scratched. Scratch number 4, the Flint Express. Race 1 on an all main track card. Features exacta, trifecta, superfecta. Double pick 3. Sprint starts the 50-cent early pick 5. Main track fast. 2 minutes to post time. 2 minutes. We're now less than 1 minute away from post time for the sprint opener. Starts the 50-cent early pick 5 off. Main track fast, you have less than 1 minute. The horses are approaching the starting gate. The horses have reached the starting gate. It is now post time. They're going in. Andres Calleja with Thizzle. Alberto Burgos, Peter's Dream has joined Thizzle, loading up. Joe Ramos, Shield Me with Prayer going in. Evan Roman with Calcolery. Jose Gutierrez partners Primrose Girl facing up to the gate. Marcelino Pedrosa Jr. with Lada Latte, making her 4-year-old seasonal bow at 5.5 furlongs. So stand by. One more, Fernanda de la Cruz with Sacra's Quest. Under sunny skies, all 9 races today on the main track. Main track fast, they're in the gate. Boy, and running out Horseshoe Indianapolis. Calcolery was slow to go. Sacra's Quest sharply away. Thizzle toward the inside with early interest, but it's Sacra's Quest who gets the jump on them for Fernanda de la Cruz, tracked by Thizzle. Peter's Dream moving into scoring range now. Lotto Latte's in the pink. Then between horses, Calcolery is keen. Calcolery trying to make up for lost time after breaking last. Shield Me with Prayer on the far outside at the 3.5. And Primrose Girl trails here in the Tuesday opener. 3 furlongs to go. The quarter for Sacra's Quest in 22.65 seconds. Sacra's Quest being tailed by Peter's Dream, who is right there near the leader. Shield Me with Prayer in the purple, cap with a bid. Then between horses, Calcolery, Thizzle toward the inside, looking to stay this pace as they straighten away. The trailers are Lotto Latte and Primrose Girl. Top of the lane, and it's in front, Sacra's Quest still. Sacra's Quest holding on to this margin with a 4-length lead into the furlong grounds from Peter's Dream, who's disputing second with Lotto Latte. Thizzle's running in fourth. Shield Me with Prayer is next. They're close to home with Fernanda de la Cruz. Sacra's Quest. Sacra's Quest trying to hold. Sacra's Quest, yes. Narrow margin of victory over hard-charging Lotto Latte. Peter's Dream third, and Shield Me with Prayer finished fourth. .105.75 after the distaff sprint. 105.75 seconds. We're standing by for the full run order from the judges. First favorite will take it out. 6-5 on Sacra's Quest, daughter of Forever Doro. Fernanda de la Cruz for Randy Klopp. Number 3, Lotto Latte, making her first run of the year, 22-1 second. Good effort. Number 5, Peter's Dream, at 9-5 was third, and 6, Shield Me with Prayer, at 3-1 fourth. Hold all bets until official, 8-3, 5-6. Returning to the Murphy Trailer Sales Winner's Circle, Race 1 official, the 8 Sacra's Quest with Fernando de la Cruz. Sacra's Quest is a 3-year-old gray roan filly by Forever Doro and a Sakura Babuda. Randy Klopp trains for Cynthia Claremont and Liz Klopp. Horseshoe Indianapolis congratulates the winning connections of Sacra's Quest was the first favorite. Opening results in 8-3 Exacta after the distaff sprint paid $85.40. 50-cent trifecta 835, $84.80. With Shield Me with Prayer fourth, the 10-cent superfecta 8356 returned $37.91. The 4 was a non-starter, favorite first, 7 ran 105.75 seconds, fast track. 20 minutes away from the next one, second race maiden. There are no changes, all 7 run in the maiden. Exacta, trifecta, superfecta, double pick 3 and start to the $1 early pick 4. 240 post time in all cases if you can. Please do try to make your Horseshoe Indianapolis selections and wagers today early. Thank you. Coming up in a moment, our first race replay of the distaff sprint. Hope you had a bet on Sacra's Quest. They're in the gate. Boy, and running out Horseshoe Indianapolis. Calcolary was slow to go. Sacra's Quest sharply away. Thistle toward the inside with early interest, but it's Sacra's Quest who gets the jump on them for Fernando de la Cruz, tracked by Thistle. Peter's Dream moving into scoring range now. Lotto Latte's in the pink. Then between horses, Calcolary is keen. Calcolary trying to make up for lost time after breaking last. Shooting with Prayer on the far outside at the 3.5. And Primrose Girl trails here in the Tuesday opener. 3 furlongs to go. The quarter for Sacra's Quest. In 22.65 seconds, Sacra's Quest being tailed by Peter's Dream, who is right there near the leader. Shield Me with Prayer in the purple, cap with a bid. Then between horses, Calcolary, Thistle toward the inside looking to stay this pace as they straighten away. The trailers are Lotto Latte and Primrose Girl. Top of the lane, and it's in front, Sacra's Quest still. Sacra's Quest holding on to this margin with a 4-length lead into the furlong grounds from Peter's Dream, who's disputing second with Lotto Latte. Thistle's running in fourth. Shimmer Prayer is next. They're close to home with Fernando de la Cruz. Sacra's Quest. Sacra's Quest trying to hold. Sacra's Quest, yes. Narrow margin of victory over hard-charging Lotto Latte. They're in the gate. Boy, and
At the Thoroughbred Aftercare Alliance, we believe in giving every thoroughbred a second chance.
And thanks to you, the owners, trainers, breeders, and every supporter,
You've created a ripple effect of change that's helping these magnificent animals move on to new careers and safe, fulfilling lives after racing.
Every single donation, whether big or small, is contributing to a brighter future.
But this race is just beginning. Because of you, we have gained incredible momentum and we're ready for more.
We're 9 minutes to the second race here at Horseshoe Indianapolis, and this is an Indiana bred 3-year-old maiden claiming for a nickel. They're in for $5,000 here, a mile and 70 on the fast main track. I just want to remind everyone that we definitely did have a lot of rain Sunday night into Monday morning. And I think Tony and the team just do an excellent job of making sure that we can run on the turf for a long time. I know a lot of people don't get it. A lot of people get mad. But we do have one of the longer meets, 120 some days. And last year, I think we ran almost to the very end. And the year before, we ran till almost closing day on the grass. And I don't think a lot of tracks can say that. So trust my track man, Tony. He knows what he's doing. So we're going to save the turf. Nice hot day today. Maybe we can get back on it tomorrow. The 5 Gimmel is who I'm going to go with on top here, as the 1 is the current even money favorite. Gimmel on the class drop is what I'm going to go with. This horse is 6-1. Scott Mullins having a wonderful start to the meet out of not a huge number of starters, but out of the ones he has, 20% win clip, 30% in the money. This one's dropping down from maiden special weight for the very first time, making it 6th lifetime start. Excuse me, you guys. Evan Roman is aboard last week. I think he had a couple of days where he had doubles. This horse has debuted on April 23rd this year, and they just gave this one 48 days off. That was a pretty tough race. full field of 12. He gets a shorter field today and is dropping down to the bottom level maiden claiming, which I just think is going to be a big, big difference, make a huge difference for Gemmel. Then I'm going to go to the rail, the even money favorite, Page Perfect. Ramos is aboard, and out of the last 2 weeks, Ramos has had a handful of wins, and I think 11 or 12 in the money finishes out of those last 2 weeks. So Ramos is definitely a hot jock that you need to watch. He's up there at the top of the standings as well, and he is riding here for Tracy Wisner, who is bred, owned, and trained. This 6-year-old gelding who got third last time out, and he's been very close in some of his route races in the past, but she kept him on April 29th on the slop sprinting, and he seemed to get a nice trip there in that race. Hopefully he can get the same thing, but he needs something to run at, it looks like. Definitely a different scenario than the last race, which was, this is why I put this one second, which was slop and sprinting. Now we're fast and we're routing. But if you look back to when this one was close, he missed by half a length last year in a maiden claiming for 15 at a mile and on a fast track. So definitely one to look at. He's on the inside, and the inside as well has been hot for us here. It just percentage-wise, I think 3 is the hottest post position. And then I'm going to go with the 6, Mi Sargento. This one's 8-1 right now. Santos Sandra coming off a double, I think one was 14, the other one was $15 horses on Saturday. And he's riding here for Tony Duran. Katie and Tony have bred, owned, and trained this 3-year-old gelding. He is dropping back down to maiden claiming for 5. But you know what the difference is with him? He's caught a sloppy track the last 2, and he's ran a couple of even races at routing. He's getting a fast track today in a route, so I threw in the 6, Mi Sargento. 5-1-6 in the second race here at Horseshoe Indianapolis. I'm going to go against the 6-5 favorite to Gemmel. Good luck.
The horses stepping onto the track now for the second race. This race will be run on the main track at 1 mile and 70 yards. No changes in the maiden. All 7 run. Fast track, exacta, trifecta, superfecta, double pick 3, and starts at the $1 early pick 4 all main track card. Main track fast, 3 minutes to post time. Less than 1 minute to post time. Starts at the $1 early pick 4. Fast track today. Less than 1 minute. The horses are approaching the starting gate. The horses have reached the starting gate. It is now post time. Loading in front of starter Ray Kowick. Joe Ramos with Page Perfect. First in for the maiden. Alberto Burgos with Billy's Reward. Like Michigan left, both for Tiana Richardville. Here's Billy's Reward. Page Perfect 4-5 favorite. Six to 1 on 4-time started Billy's Reward has joined Page Perfect. Evan Roman with Gimmel. Andrei Zaloa, Chanakee, the black and yellow. Joel Borno's Revs Muster coming up. Santo Sanjor, Miss Argento, a 9-race maiden. 4-5 on Page Perfect, was first loaded. At 1 mile and 70 yards, one more Hannah Leahy and 14-time started Michigan left. Michigan left coming up, second of the day from Horseshoe, Indianapolis. Page Perfect, even money favorite. 26 to 1, Michigan left. They're in the game. And they're off. And Gimmel was squeezed back soon after the start. An early bid by Page Perfect with Chanakee right there in the black cap, and Michigan left joins as they make their way into the first turn. And then comes Billy's Reward nearest the inside. Revs Muster, Miss Argento, and Gimmel, who was squeezed back soon after the start, has drifted back to last. It's Page Perfect. With the rail for Joe Ramos. Page Perfect leads at the 6.5 from a close-up Chanakee. Then it's a break of 2. Billy's Reward between horses. Michigan left on the outside, and Revs Muster now running in 5th as they go up the back. Then it's a break of 5 more to Miss Argento, 1 more to Gimmel, who races 7th and last. The opening quarter in 23.37 seconds. Page Perfect. Page Perfect leads as Andrei Zaloa has Chanakee right there with the front runner. They're now a half length apart, with the Michigan left running 3rd on the far outside for Hannah Leahy. Billy's Reward is next in 4th. Break of 4 more to Miss Argento, who's being driven past the half-mile pole to improve. Gimmel up a couple of spots, and Revs Muster has tailed off at 30 to 1. Half mile in 47.11 seconds with Joe Ramos. Page Perfect has been doing this nicely on the lead, inside 3 furlongs to go. Page Perfect has widened on them. Page Perfect comes to the quarter pole with a 7-length lead. Michigan left. Gimmel continues to gain on the far outside. Chanakee is hard pressed. Miss Argento, Billy's Reward, and Revs Muster. These maidens straightened away. Page Perfect, the longtime leader. 3/4, 1 minute 12.73 seconds with Joe Ramos. Page Perfect is a 10-length leader with 1 furlong to go from Gimmel, who was last from the gate, but now running a clear second from Miss Argento in 3rd. Michigan left. Chanakee's been left back. They're near home. Page Perfect. Page Perfect goes wire to wire. Gimmel was the runner-up. Miss Argento 3rd. They finished in dribs and drabs, and Michigan left back and forth. 144.21 after the maiden. 1-5-6-7. The judges have posted the full unofficial run order after race 2. First, number 1, Page Perfect at 2-1. Number 5, Gimmel, 4-1 second, was squeezed back at the start. 6, Mi Sargento at 2-1 third. And 7, Michigan Left in his 15th career run getting into the Superfecta. 1-5-6-7. Joe Ramos for Tracy Wisner. Page Perfect off the mark in his 26th career start. Stepping into the Murphy Trailer Sales Winner's Circle, the 1, Page Perfect with Joe Ramos. Page Perfect is a 6-year-old. Dark Mayor Brown gelding by Perfect Circle out of Page's Pebble by Stalwart. The winner was bred here in the Hoosier State by Tracy Wisner. In the red for Tracy Wisner Racing at LC. Horseshoe Indianapolis congratulates the winning connections. Page Perfect, graduation day. The result of the second race is official. 1-5 exacta after the maiden, paid $27.40. 50-cent trifecta, 156, $31.25. The 8-1 opening double, $19.60 when combining Sakura's Quest with Page Perfect. The double, $19.60, with Michigan Left in fourth. 10-cent superfecta after the maiden, 1-5-6-7, returned $34.06. All 7 ran, 144.21 after race 2. Third race is next. And in the State Bred Sprint, a featured dash on the card. There are no scratches. Number 4, Goldwyn, a change of jockey to Marcelino Pedrosa Jr. Marcelino Pedrosa Jr. on 4, Goldwyn. Exacta, trifecta, superfecta, double pick 3. Post time will be a 3:10. They're in the gate. And they're off. And Gimmel was squeezed back soon after the start. An early bid by Page Perfect with Chanakee right there in the black cap. And Michigan Left joins as they make their way into the first turn. And then comes Billy's Reward nearest the inside. Revs Muster, Mi Sargento, and Gimmel, who was squeezed back soon after the start, has drifted back to last. It's Page Perfect. With the rail for Joe Ramos. Page Perfect leads at the 6.5 from a close-up Chanakee. Then it's a break of 2. Billy's Reward between horses. Michigan Left on the outside. And Revs Muster now running in 5th as they go up the back. Then it's a break of 5 more to Mi Sargento. 1 more to Gimmel, who races 7th and last. The opening quarter in 23.37 seconds. Page Perfect. Page Perfect leads as Andre Zaloa has Chanakee right there with the front runner. They're now a half length apart. With the Michigan Left running 3rd on the far outside for Hannah Leahy. Billy's Reward is next in 4th. Break of 4 more to Mi Sargento, who's being driven past the half-mile pole to improve. Gimmel up a couple of spots, and Revs Muster has tailed off at 30-1. Half mile in 47.11 seconds with Joe Ramos. Page Perfect has been doing this nicely on the lead, inside 3 furlongs to go. Page Perfect has widened on them. Page Perfect comes to the quarter pole with a 7-length lead. Michigan Left, Gimmel continues to gain on the far outside. Chanakee is hard pressed. Mi Sargento, Billy's Reward, and Revs Muster. These maidens straightened away. Page Perfect, the longtime leader. 3/4, 1 minute 12.73 seconds with Joe Ramos. Page Perfect is a 10-length leader with 1 furlong to go from Gimmel. who is last from the gate, but now running a clear second from Me Sargento in third. Michigan left. Chanake's been left back. They're near home. Page Perfect. Page Perfect goes wire to wire. Gimmel was the runner-up. Me Sargento third. They finished in dribs and drabs, and Michigan left back and forth. They're in the
0 for 25 no longer. Now 1 for 26. 2-1 was easy money. Horse wins by a pole and exits the maiden ranks after a couple years of efforts. Congratulations to Page Perfect and Connections on the maiden breaking score. We're 9 minutes away from race number 3. We'll have a heavily backed favorite in here. Texas Free. Now that horse is strictly the horse to beat on paper, but the horse that might provide the best value in the race could be a lightly raced son of Air Force Blue, Conference Calling, donning the silks of 514 Racing LLC. Mitch Merle going to be calling the shots for Tim Eggleston. He'll take over the duties from Joe Ramos. Those two in here are going to kind of swap horses a little bit. Mitch Merle takes over from Ramos after last time out. They were the beaten favorite, but it's been in lukewarm fashion. This will be the first time the horse doesn't go off favorite. In fact, dating all the way back to October 23rd, 2024. That was the last time Conference Calling was not favored at the post. Now, lukewarm favoritism last time out at 4-1. May 19th, it was a wide open betting affair, as you can see, and Just Happy to Be Here was a horse that was cranked and ready to rock and roll and has actually exited 3 weeks later and has already won a race since. So it should be a live race. Conference Calling didn't get the smoothest of trips, broke from the very outside, kind of took back, stayed on evenly in the lane. I think this horse showed a ton of talent at 2. It has translated to 3 years old. That was obvious when they won the 3-year-old season campaign debut where they broke sharp, went to the lead, and really came home in a great manner. I do think today they'll likely be forced to track, but they should get a good stalking trip and first run on the speed if they do back up. Conference Calling, a real deal racehorse. We'll see if the 3-year-old can upset the apple cart, because it's going to take a talented one to defeat Texas Free, a 4-year-old Texas Red gelding who dominated last time out. Mitch Merle was sitting in the jocks room. They were circling at the gate, and the phone rang needing a rider. Mitch Merle hopped aboard, and he never looked like a loser. One of the easiest monies of the season that day was 8-5. And if I remember right, that late jockey change sent some bettors kind of into a tizzy. And if you continued to have your faith off of the layoff and on the class drop, Texas Free was easy money when it was all said and done. Now, Mitch Merle will stay loyal to Conference Calling. Luis Contreras, who was scheduled to ride May 15th, gave up that mount at the starting gate, and Texas Free romped in that race. Absolutely cruised home, the easiest of winners. Now, that was non-winners of 2, the claiming ranks. You hear a lot about Clop on the drop. It's cute, it rhymes, how clever. However, Clop going from claiming to allowance is just as good. He wins at 18% over the last 5 years when he's moving horses from the claiming ranks to the allowance ranks. So it is simply not class dropping that he exceeds. And right now he's pushing all the right buttons, winning at 25%. There's no doubt about it. Texas Free is strictly the horse to beat, but 3-5 does feel a little bit skinny. Second start off the layoff and facing much tougher than they did here on May 15th. The 5, El Macchiano, may get the best trip in here. If someone wants to go with Texas Free, I think they're going to set a rapid pace up front. They're going to set a very hot pace. How about El Macchiano? Santos Sanz are going to be calling the shots in here for Antonio Duran, the 4-year-old gelding. Has 3 second-place finishes and has a running style that needs some pace to chase. Doesn't ever want the lead, has never shown the ability to get the lead. I think they're going to be in that second to third flight, maybe 4 or 5 lengths off the leaders. And behind a rapid pace, this horse will run on well in the lane. Look for El Macchiano to really be picking things up at the top of the lane. Has run into some very live animals. In fact, 3 out of the last 4 races have been won by horses that went back-to-back, dating all the way back to October 8th, 2024, when Cupid's Runaway barely held off El Macchiano. Back-to-back winners. Fantastic. Vow exited that April 24th race to win by the length of the stretch on the turf, and then Just Happy to Be Here, that common race last time out with Conference Calling as well. So I think this horse certainly deserves a long look, can absolutely run with this group. Does need a little bit of racing luck in here, and I think there's enough speed to keep Texas Free Happy up front, and El Macchiano could be rolling by late at 5-1. But the bettors are saying it's a one-horse race. It's up for you to decide whether you agree with where all the money's going or not. I don't think it's going to land anywhere else. You see, Luis Contreras happy to be back aboard. Texas free. The talent has been there. We'll see if the results will follow 5 minutes from now.
The horses stepping onto the track now for the third race. This state-bred sprint at the distance of 5.5 furlongs, a field of 7. No scratches. Number 4, Goldwyn, a jockey change to Marcelino Pedroza Jr. Marcelino Pedroza Jr. on 4, Goldwyn. Exacta, trifecta, superfecta, double pick 3. 3 minutes. 2 post time. Post time in 2 minutes. 2 minutes to post. Less than 1 minute to post time. Less than 1 minute. The horses are approaching the starting gate. The horses have reached the starting gate. It is now post time. They're going in. Sammy Bermudez, Max Nix has the rail draw. Marcelino Pedrosa Jr., Goldwind went in well. Santos Sanjor, El Amicio Cano coming up. Luis Contreras with Texas Free, like Ease My Mind. Both for Randy Klopp. Now Mitch Morrow with conference calling. Here's conference calling. Max Nix getting a bit unsettled in the gate. That's Max Nix, fractious there. Sammy Bermudez resets on Max Nix. Ease My Mind, Joe Ramos riding for a double. Sakura's Quest and Page Perfect, our first two winners. One more, Alberto Burgos with Mike Cyclone at 5.5 furlongs. They're in the gate. And they're off. And fast starts for Ease My Mind along with Goldwind. There's conference calling with the early speed, and Texas Free is right there toward the inside. It's conference calling. So with Mitchell Murrell, conference calling went to the front from Goldwind in the red cap as Texas Free takes back off of their heels. Ease My Mind and Max Nix, they're running a joint fourth as they enter the far turn. Break of 5 more to El Michoacano, Mike Cyclone trails. They round the far turn that way. It's conference calling, throws down the gauntlet with a swift quarter in 21.75 seconds as Goldwyn pursues. Conference calling, these leaders coming toward the quarter pole. And Texas Free is right there for Luis Contreras. Texas Free opting to stay toward the inside part of the track. Ease My Mind strains away in fourth. El Michoacano with on the far outside Mike Cyclone and Max Nix. They're in the final furlong. It's conference calling. Here's Texas Free now with a charge. Texas Free is descending on conference calling. Conference calling into Texas Free. Goldwyn has dropped back. El Michoacano, then Ease My Mind. Texas Free and conference calling down to them. Texas Free for Luis Contreras. Texas Free. Texas Free wins back-to-back. Conference calling denied. El Michoacano third and Goldwyn finished fourth. 104.61 after the state bred sprint. 104.61 win photograph. Hold all tickets. Two, 3, 5, 4. The judge's verdict. 2, Texas Free. At 4-5, got up in the shadow of the wire. 3, Conference Calling at 5-2, track down. 5, El Michoacano at 7-2, third. And at 12-1, the 4, Goldwyn getting into the frame. 2, 3, 5, 4, repeat meet winner. Texas Free. Luis Contreras today. Randy Klopp doubles on the card. It's Texas Free in at 4-5. The winning groom leading into the Murphy Trailer Sales Winner Circle, the 2, Texas Free with Luis Contreras. Texas Free is a 4-year-old, big gelding by Texas Red. Out of the Zavada mare, Not Free. The winner was bred in Indiana by Don Martin. Racing for Roger Speece's Speece Stable LLC and Randy Klopp with a double on the card. Horseshoe Indianapolis congratulates the winning connections of Texas Free at 4-5, got up in time. The result of the third race official. Indiana bred sprint feature. 2-3 exact, $11.80. First pick 3 on the card. Combining Sakura's Quest with Page Perfect and Texas Free, 2 parts Klopp, $11.25. 50-cent trifecta, 2-3-5, $5.15. 1-2 double, $11.60. 10-cent superfecta, 2-3-5-4, $5 and change. Goldwyn ran 4th. Favorite was first. All 7 ran. Sprint feature 104.61. Race 4 next on the docket. 20 minutes away from the maiden juvenile fillies dash. All 8 run. No scratches, no jockey changes. 5 Red Iola, 2 over. The 6 Bebecita, 2 pounds over. Exacta, trifecta, superfecta, double pick 3. Start of the 50-cent late pick 5. All main track card. If you're just joining off the turf, main track label fast. Post time 3:40. And they're off. And fast starts for Ease My Mind along with Goldwyn. There's Conference Calling with the early speed, and Texas Free is right there toward the inside. It's Conference Calling. So with Mitch Murrell, Conference Calling went to the front from Goldwyn in the red cap as Texas Free takes back off of their heels. Ease My Mind and Mox Nix, they're running a joint 4th as they enter the far turn. Break of 5 more to El Michoacano, Mike Cyclone trails. They round the far turn that way. It's Conference Calling, throws down the gauntlet. with a swift quarter in 21.75 seconds as Goldwyn pursues. Conference calling, these leaders coming toward the quarter pole. And Texas Free is right there for Luis Contreras. Texas Free opting to stay toward the inside parts of the track. Ease My Mind strains away in fourth. Almisha Okano with on the front side Mike Cyclone and Mox Nix. They're in the final furlong. It's Conference calling. Here's Texas Free now with a charge. Texas Free is descending on Conference calling. Conference calling into Texas Free. Goldwyn has dropped back. Almisha Okano, then Ease My Mind. Texas Free and Conference calling down to them. Texas Free for Luis Contreras. Texas Free. Texas Free wins back-to-back. Conference calling.
Tequila Herradura. Extraordinary awaits.
Look around. Spring is here. And no matter what you're planning or planting, it's nice to know Hubler Ford's got you covered for 200,000 miles. During Hubler's Spring Forward event, save big on a new Ford. You pay what we pay. Ford employee pricing for everyone. So spring forward, knowing Hubler's got you covered for 200,000 miles.
DriveHubler.com.
Here at Horseshoe Indianapolis, and woo-wee, not a whole lot to go on here, guys, but I'll do my best. This is a race I always tell people. We have a really fun group that's been coming to the races new this year, and they always stop and ask me, what do I do with this race? And I'm like, here, let me show you. Just close your eyes and go like this, because the 2-year-old baby races, it's just, you can look at breeding, you can look at a lot of stuff, but these are my 3 things. I definitely look at the dam and what she's produced. I look at the tote board as well, see what everybody's betting on. And then you got to see how they act in the paddock, if they're agitated, if they're calm. With that being said, I haven't gotten to see these guys, but I went with the 8 here. Starry Eye Justice. I always tell everyone, if you don't follow a lot of Indiana racing, it's the Justice Farm Breds that you got to keep your eye on. And that is the case here for the 8 in this race, as well as the 3 in here, also bred by Justice Farms as well. This is a 2-year-old filly. She's making her first lifetime start. She's by Harry's Holiday, and then the dam, Katara Princess, a Tale of the Cat Dam. She has 2 winners from 2 starters. Louis Contreras just won that last race. He's looking for a double. He's a very talented jockey. Klopp has already had a double on the card today. That last race Louis rode for him was a winner, so that's definitely something you should look at. And she looks classy as all get out there in the paddock. I mean, she's definitely not acting like a 2-year-old. She's walking around easily. She definitely has some pep in her stuff. And I mean, carrying amazing flesh for a 2-year-old. She's filled out. She looks wonderful. Then, after you look at all those things, the works you can look at as well. I love to see a couple gate works, and Klopp holds true to that. He always puts them in the gate a couple times at least before he puts them out on the track. She put in a bullet work on May 9th. And then another one where I think he was just more worried about her getting used to the gate there. But Starry Eye Justice looks really good. I'm going to put her on top at 5-1. The one is who I'm going to go with next, walking right into frame like she was taking a cue. Her ears are forward. She's on her toes. She looks relaxed as well, but pretty interested in what's going on. Dreaming Bonita, 2-year-old filly by Brody's Cause. The dam is Casa Lima. Now, when you have something to look at, which all of these horses are first-time starters except her. Dreamin' Bonita did race on May 15th. They tried 5 furlongs, which were 5/8 on the main here too, in a main special weight. She came out of the 6th, so she's in the inside now. I love that for her. The inside doesn't have any horses on her other side. It seems like inside posts from 3 up to 1 are really hot right now. And she was beaten ahead. Her debut was second by a head. Dreaming Y won that day. And Dreaming Bonita, I'm sure John really appreciated Dreaming Big and Dreaming Bonita coming, or Dreaming Y and Dreaming Bonita coming 1-2 in that race. Makes his job easier. This horse was well bet as well, so definitely a contender in here. And then the 4, who is the favorite at 8-5, Stolen Loot. Christian Torres is aboard for Mark Cassie. Now, love this one. The 2-year-old filly by Midnight Loot, and then her dam. This is just wonderful, and she's just fabulous is her name. But 7 winners out of 8 starters, that's a stat to behold. So she throws good babies. This one as well has been working at Keeneland from the gate on June 1st, from the gate on May 25th, and from the gate on May 18th, and she just looks phenomenal as well in the paddock. These are all some very classy acting fillies. They've got her, she's looking around, she's checking things out, but she doesn't look like she's too hyper or too anxious. The jockeys are getting their instructions here for this 2-year-old, but I call it a fireworks race. These are all babies, almost all first-time starters. Anything can happen. Definitely watch the tote board for clues and how they act when they get loose out here on the track. 8-1-4 for me, Starry Eyed Justice on top. Good luck.
1 and 2-year-old fillies stepping onto the track now for the 4th race. This race will be run over the 5 furlongs, main track fast, a field of 8. No scratches, no rider changes. 5 Red Iola, 2 pounds over. 6 Bebecita, plus 2 pounds. 5 Red Iola debuts for Shelly Nance. That's a ownership correction. Shelly Nance, the owner of record for the 5 Red Iola. Exacta, trifecta, superfecta. Double pick 3 and starts at the 50-cent late pick 5 here on an all main track card. Main track fast, 2 minutes, 2 post time. Less than 1 minute away from post time for this maiden juvenile filly sprint. Starts the 50-cent late pick 5. Main track fast, less than 1 minute. The horses are approaching the starting gate. The horses have reached the starting gate. It is now post time. They're going in. Sammy Bermudez with Dreaming Bonita was second here on debut. Felix Ostadillo with Red Iola. Rodney Prescott, Tiva's coming up. Tiva's joined Dreaming Bonita, now Red Iola. Josh Morales with Bebecita. Timeless Justice, Fernando de la Cruz has a win on the card. Here's Timeless Justice. Santo Sanjor, Dotted Dream making her bow.
Whoa! You got me this time.
That's Timeless Justice getting a bit jumpy and back to the gate. With Fernando watching on, Timeless Justice. 24-1, Timeless Justice. Stolen Loot, 8-5 favorite. Waiting for Timeless Justice, Stolen Loot, and Starry Eye Justice will be last. Now Christian Torres with Stolen Loot. One of the 7 first-time starters. One more. First-time starter, Starry Eye Justice. Luis Contreras for Randy Klopp. A couple of wins on the card. All in line. They're off, racing 5 furlongs. Tiva broke slow, drifts back to last. Dreaming Bonita sharply away from the rail. Quickly tackled there by Between Fillies Bebecita, and Starry Eye Justice is up and after the lead, and Dotted Dream is right there too as they mix it up going past the half-mile pole. Dreaming Bonita got checked back. So it's Starry Eye Justice to the front from Dotted Dream, who pursues. 3 furlongs to go. Nearest the inside is Red Iola, running in third as they round the far turn. Bebecita, Dreaming Bonita trying to get back on track. Following Dreaming Bonita on the outside is Stolen Loot, and she's 5 lengths off these leaders. Bebecita's dropped back, then comes Tiva, who broke last, and finally Timeless Justice trails as these maiden 2-year-old fillies head for home. 22.89 lead seconds, top of the lane. It's Starry Eye Justice with the rail for Luis Contreras. Starry Eye Justice 1 furlong away. Charging now is Dreaming Bonita, and on the outside Stolen Loot with her bid. Nearest the inside, Red Iola's back in 4th. They come past the 16th with Sammy Bermudez's Dreaming Bonita. Starry Eye Justice is in for the fight. Starry Eye Justice determined. Starry Eye Justice. Starry Eye Justice debuts on top from Dreaming Bonita, who played second fiddle. Stolen Loot third, and Timeless Justice finished 4th. .101.17 after the maiden 2-year-old fillies dash. 101.17. Stand by for the run order from the judges. It was 7-2 on Starry Eye Justice. Will be 3 for Randy Klopp and 2 for Luis Contreras. Stand by for the judges' confirmation after the maiden juvenile filly sprint. .8143. The judges have posted the full unofficial run order after race 4. First number 8, Starry Eye Justice at 7-2 with the win. 1, Dreaming Bonita, 3-1, the runner-up. 4, Stolen Loot, 2-1 third. And at 33 to 22-1 odds, the 3 Timeless Justice was back in 4th at 22-1. 8-1-4-3 for the Superfecta. It's 3 for Randy Klopp on the day. The result of the fourth race official. Returning to the Murphy Trailer Sales winner, circle the 8, Starry Eye Justice, a riding double for veteran journeyman Luis Contreras. Starry Eye Justice is a 2-year-old bay filly by Harry's Holiday. Out of the tail of the cat mare, Kataro Princess, bred here in the Hoosier State by Justice Farm Greg Justice. Racing for Roger Speeces, Speece Stable LLC, Charles Turner, Grant Turner, and Randy Klopp co-owns and wins his 3rd race of the day. Horseshoe Indianapolis congratulates the connections of this newcomer, Starry Eye Justice. Paid 7-2, results in 8-1 exacta. Paid $43.80, 50-cent trifecta. 8-1-4, $30.05. 2-8 double paid $21.20. 10-cent superfecta, $52.12. Timeless Justice was 4th. And the 50-cent pick 3 won with a 2 with the 8. 50-cent pick 3 returned to $25.45. All 8 ran 101.17 after the running of race 4. Race 5 next. 1 of 3 taken off the turf course, all main track hard as we've noted under sunny skies, mid-70s. Fast here at the shoe. 5th race maiden will be run on the main track over the 1 mile and 70 yards. Note the distance here, 1 mile, 70 yards. Scratch the 1, Morgan's Bluff. 4, Crowned with Grace. Scratch 5, Sister Mary Margaret. Take out 6, Miss McKenna. 9, Golden Cross. Scratch 10, Mischief Lily. 11, Stage Right. 13, West Maple. 14, Beddoes Birdie. 15, Take the Silver. And 16, Fall in Love. No superfecta and no all turf pick 3. All main track card, no superfecta wagering, and no $1 horseshoe hat trick all turf pick 3 featured today. Fast track, post time for the 5th race will be at 4:10. They're off, racing 5 furlongs. Tiva broke slow, drifts back to last. Dreaming Bonita sharply away from the rail. Quickly tackled there by between fillies Bebecita and Starry Eye Justice is up and after the lead, and Dotted Dream is right there too as they mix it up going past the half-mile pole. Dreaming Bonita got checked back. So it's Starry Eye Justice to the front from Dotted Dream, who pursues. 3 furlongs to go. Nearest the inside is Red Iola, running in 3rd as they round the far turn. Bebecita, Dreaming Bonita trying to get back on track. Following Dreaming Bonita on the outside is Stolen Loot, and she's 5 lengths off these leaders. Bebecita's dropped back, then comes Tiva, who broke last, and finally Timeless Justice trails as these maiden 2-year-old fillies head for home. 22.89 lead seconds, top of the lane. It's Starry Eye Justice with the rail for Luis Contreras. Starry Eye Justice 1 furlong away. Charging now is Dreaming Bonita, and on the outside Stolen Loot with her bid. Nearest the inside, Red Iola's back in 4th. They come past the 16th with Samuel Bermudez is Dreaming Bonita. Starry Eye Justice is in for the fight. Starry Eye Justice determined. Starry Eye Justice. Starry Eye Justice debuts on top from Dreaming Bonita, who played second fiddle.
have two very important audience members standing here trying to make me nervous, and it's Tim DeWitt, who has known me for 13 years, and my daughter, who's only known me for 10. I just realized that. You've known me longer than Ray. They're trying to make me break. It's not going to work. 8 minutes to race 5. This one got taken off of the turf. We're running a mile and 70. Superfecta, no turf pick 3, obviously. There's 5 betting interests left in here. I'm just going to tell you who's in. The 2, 3, 7, 8, 12 are in. And I'm going to go with the 7 on top. This has just completely changed the landscape of the race. Right now, the 7 is 7-5. Josh Morales. I think of what's left, this makes sense. Chaz Recchi trains. She's been here in Indiana forever. This is a 3-year-old daughter, Jimmy Creed. Claim repeating. So maiden claiming for 12.5 last time. Finally went down all the way to 12.5. And hey, third even was checked at 3/4 pole, but was at a mile on a good track, catches a fast track today, and I think repeating this class is going to make the difference. Plus, there's just such a much shorter field. I'm going to go next to the 12. The 12 right now, 6-5. Wow, they can't really decide between the two, can they? My Amy. Ooh, hunch play for Tim. His wife's name is Amy. My Amy gets Joe Ramos aboard for Mike Maker, 4-year-old filly by Munnings. This one's making its 3rd lifetime start, so this one hasn't ran a whole lot. They started out at 12.5 on the poly sprinting at Gulfstream, brought her here to Indiana, ended up at a mile, and is at the same class. And then the 3, statement made. Evan Roman is aboard for Justin. I always butcher his name, but I think it's Rojakinski. This one is 2nd time at a route, which I think is the big key here for this one, and also is dropping down in class. Has been in some tough ones, maiden claiming for 50, then in a maiden special weight on May 3rd and was bumped. I think that this drop down is going to make a huge difference and is racing at a route for the 2nd time. A horse, I always tell people it takes a time or two for a horse to figure things out sometimes. And 2nd time at a route is a huge angle for me, especially with younger horses. So I've got 7, 12, 3 here in our 5th race. This does kick off the late Itoba pick 4. And don't forget, I do have my ticket. It's a $32 play, and I've got the 7 and 12. I went 1, 2, 6, 7 in the next race, 5, 8, and 5, 9. I jinxed myself last Thursday when I made a ticket. I singled, and that was the only race that I didn't win. I don't single. It's a jinx for me. So there's my $32 play. Good luck, everyone. We're 6 minutes to post.
The horses stepping onto the track now for the fifth race. This maiden distaff taken off the turf course, all main track hard as we've noted. Main track fast at 1 mile and 70 yards. A field of 5. Scratch 1, Morgan's Bluff. 4, Crowned with Grace. 5, Sister Mary Margaret. Take out the 6, Miss McKenna. 9, Golden Cross. 10, Mischief Lily. Scratch 11, Stage Right. 13, West Maple. 14, Beto's Birdie. 15, Take the Silver. And 16, Fall in Love. No superfecta wagering. All main track card. No $1 horseshoe hat trick. All turf pick 3 featured. Fast track, exacta, trifecta, double pick 3, and starts with the $1 late pick 4 presented by Itoba. 2 minutes to post time for the maiden. Fast track, 2 minutes. We're less than 1 minute away from post time. Maiden starts the $1 late pick 4 presented by Itoba. Fast track, less than 1 minute. The horses are approaching the starting gate, going down to the 1 mile, 70 yards main track start for the maiden. The horses have reached the starting gate. It is now post time. Loading Felix Ostadio with Night Cry. Night Cry, the first of 5 to move into the starting gate. This maiden distaff over the 1 mile and 70 yards. Now Evan Roman with Statement Made. Joins Night Cry. Josh Morales with Extreme Dream. 6 race maiden, Extreme Dream in, a couple in back. Joseph Bielmer with Smooth Marriage. There's the mare facing the fillies, Smooth Marriage. Miami 7-5 favorite. Fast track here today at Horseshoe Indianapolis. We're standing by for one more. Daughter of Munnings. Miami. Extreme Dream now 6-5 favorite. 8-5 Miami. Joe Ramos with a win on the card. Here comes the 5th. All in. They're off. Toward the inside, Statement Made with Extreme Dream going for an early run, and Miami follows. Night Cry and Smooth Marriage has dropped back to last as they make their way into the first turn with Evan Roman. Statement Made takes the early lead from Extreme Dream in the green cap, and Miami is 3 wide with 7 furlongs to run. Night Cry drafting toward the inside, and in the early stages, Smooth Marriage has dropped back to last as these maiden fillies and mare go to the back. It's Statement Made. Statement Made just leads Extreme Dream, who's staying close there for Joshua Morales. Joe Ramos and Miami is racing 3 deep uncovered. Statement Made, Extreme Dream, and Miami the leading fillies as they make this run toward the half-mile pole. Then comes Night Cry, who's running in 4th still for Felix Ostadio, and with Joseph Bielmer, the 5-year-old Smooth Marriage trails. The opening quarter in 23.76 seconds. Here's the half-mile pole. It's still Statement Made narrowly. Extreme Dream's been right there with her, so too Miami. The half mile in 47.69 seconds. Night Cry remains in 4th, and Smooth Marriage yet to pick up. As they round the far turn, half mile 47.69 seconds, now inside 3 to go. And it's Extreme Dream. Statement Made led, but has dropped back sharply. Miami to take on Extreme Dream as they make their way toward the quarter pole, while 3 to 4 clear from Night Cry, who straightens away in 3rd. Statement Made has dropped back, and Smooth Marriage has trailed. Heads are turned for home. It's Miami and Extreme Dream. After 3 quarters, in 1 minute 12.86 seconds, Extreme Dream and Miami trying to get on even terms. With Night Cry back in 3rd, Smooth Marriage just picked up Statement Made, who's dropped back to last for the final 16th. And with Josh Morales, Extreme Dream, she's wandering all about the track, but she holds Miami near home. Extreme Dream trying to get the job done. Extreme Dream does. Miami was the runner-up. Statement Made rallied on to finish 3rd. .146.15 after the maiden. It's unofficial. There will be an inquiry into the stretch run. involving the top two. 7-12, 3 ran third. Stand by for the fourth. There was no superfecta wagering featured. 7 Extreme Dream at 4-5 crosses the wire first as part of a steward's inquiry into the stretch one with the runner-up filly 12 Miami. 7-12, 3 Statement Made led and beats the other two home after the maiden. Steward's inquiry concerns the stretch run. Smooth Marriage was fourth. Hold all bets until official. In addition to the steward's inquiry, there's been a jockey's claim of foul lodged in the stretch run of the maiden. Joe Ramos on 12 Miami, the unofficial second place filly, is claiming foul against Josh Morales on the unofficial winner 7 Extreme Dream, alleging that interference in the stretch run. And that is the focal point of the steward's inquiry. Unofficial 7-12, 3-8 after race 5. Hold all bets. Ladies and gentlemen, your attention please. The stewards have made a disqualification. Number 7, Extreme Dream, has been disqualified from first and will be placed second for coming out and hampering the progress of the 12 Miami in the stretch run. The stewards will be making a disqualification. Number 7, Extreme Dream, will be disqualified from first and will be placed second for coming out and hampering the progress of the 12 Miami in the stretch run of the maiden. There was an inquiry into that stretch run and a jockey's claim of foul that has been upheld. 12 Miami placed first. 7 Extreme Dream disqualified from first and placed second for stretch run interference with the number 12 Miami. 3 Statement Made third and 8 Smooth Marriage was fourth. There was no superfecta. Here's the 12 Miami in the Murphy Trailer Sales winner's circle. Another maiden win on the card for Joe Ramos. Miami is a 4-year-old bay filly by Munnings. At a solo fashion by Perfect Soul, she was bred in Kentucky by Ulysses Bloodstock. Mike Maker trains for Jim D. Tilton Jr. Third time will be the charm for Miami. A bridesmaid no more, placed first via ADQ. Twelve, 7, 3, 8 will be the official run order after race 5. 12, 7, 3, 8. Result official. 12-7 exacta. After they reversed the top two, $19.80. Pick 3 paid $22.90. Early pick 5, $216.90 on 5 of 5. 50-cent trifecta, 12-7-3, $9.90. 8-12 double, $32. $1 early pick 4 on 4 of 4, $108.60. There was no superfecta wagering. 5 ran, 146.15. Favorite disqualified from first and placed second. 18 minutes away from race 6 in the sprint. No scratches, no jockey changes. 7 unbridled slew, 3 extra pounds. Exacta trifecta superfecta. Here the 10-cent grand high 5. First pentafecta featured on the card. Double pick 3. Post time will be at 4:42. In. They're off. Toward the inside, statement made with Extreme Dream going for an early run, and Miami follows. Night Cry and Smooth Marriage has dropped back to last as they make their way into the first turn with Evan Roman. Statement Made takes the early lead from Extreme Dream in the green cap, and Miami is 3 wide with 7 furlongs to run. Night Cry drafting toward the inside, and in the early stages, Smooth Marriage has dropped back to last as these maiden fillies and mare go to the back. It's Statement Made. Statement Made just leads Extreme Dream, who's staying close there for Joshua Morales. Joe Ramos and Miami is racing 3 deep uncovered. Statement Made, Extreme Dream, and Miami the leading fillies as they make this run toward the half-mile pole. Then comes Night Cry, who's running in fourth still for Felix Ostadillo, and with Joseph Bielmir, the 5-year-old Smooth Marriage trails. The opening quarter in 23.76 seconds. Here's the half-mile pole. It's still Statement Made narrowly. Extreme Dream's been right there with her, so too Miami. The half mile in 47.69 seconds. Night Cry remains in fourth, and Smooth Marriage yet to pick up. As they round the far turn, half mile 47.69 seconds, now inside 3 to go. And it's Extreme Dream. Statement Made led, but has dropped back sharply. Miami to take on Extreme Dream as they make their way toward the quarter pole, while 3 to 4 clear from Night Cry, who straightens away in third. Statement Made has dropped back, and Smooth Marriage has trailed. Heads are turned for home. It's Miami and Extreme Dream. After 3 quarters, in 1 minute 12.86 seconds, Extreme Dream and Miami trying to get on even terms. With Night Cry back in third, Smooth Marriage just picked up Statement Made, who's dropped back to last for the final 16th. And with Josh Morales, Extreme Dream, she's wandering all about the track, but she holds Miami near home. Extreme Dream trying to get the job done. Extreme Dream does.
Race number 6, now just 8 minutes away on a fast main track on a beautiful day here in Shelbyville, Indiana. 5.5 furlongs going to be the distance in here. State bred competition, all in for a claiming tag of $15,000. This one for the boys will likely have a heavily backed favorite or a lukewarm favorite in Neon Leon at 8-5, but I don't think you need any reasons to look away from Neon Leon, but maybe I'll point you in the right direction of Gree Whiz with Gennaro Garcia, Marcelino Pedrosa Jr., a jockey-trainer combination, that their return on investment over 34 cents to the good. 34 on that ROI. Second start off the layoff and gets a ton of class relief in here. This is a horse who debuted this season April 22nd at the allowance ranks, showed decent speed at 28-1, and then backed out of it. The horse should come back stronger, fitter today. Second start off the layoff, is well spaced, not a red flag class drop by any means, going down to 15,000. Has been at the non-winners of 2 condition for some time. Was at the non-winners of 2 condition for some time after actually winning early on in the career. It took some time to break through that N2L. But the connections is they simply know how to win races, and they should get some pace to chase in here. I know Neon Leon is going to be gunning it from the rail to assure that that pace is hot. And Gree Whiz, there's a lot more good form than bad form, in my opinion, with Gree Whiz. I know the horse was 2 for 20 with 6 second-place finishes. However, gets pace to chase in here, favorably drawn to the outside. Second start off the layoff with class relief, and has lost to some good ones. I mean, you look up and down this form who this horse was taking runs at. Fantastic Vow, already a 2-time winner in 2025. Solar Powers run well when he's made it past the vet. Oil Man, Hadley's Max, 2 horses that are win machines for Randy Klopp. So he's faced some tough foes despite not always being at the highest of class levels. Gets class relief today in 6-1 on the board. But what about Unbridled Slew, the new face in here, the 4-year-old Gray, making his 2025 seasonal debut. He's lightly raised. He gets a 10-pound weight break as well for Gennaro Garcia. He's going to send out 2. One of them is likely to press for the lead, the other one likely to take back. I don't think the instructions are going to be similar for both, that they both go gunning it for the lead. My guess is the 10-pound apprentice is going to be the one who assures that hot early pace. And this horse, while never showing speed in the past, should be fresh, should be very fresh. And when horses haven't been seen in a long time or there's layoff lines, oftentimes they do show a little bit more speed than maybe they have seen in the past, and it should not be overlooked that Unbridled Slew actually won on debut back in 2023. So a horse who doesn't necessarily need to get ready for races. He can win today, and he can win at first asking just as he did back in 2023. We'll see if Unbridled Slew can get the money, but they're all going to have to catch Neon Leon. Joe Ramos looking for 2 in a row. He was moved up to the victory in race number 5. He'll look to secure the win without any help here with Neon Leon. Tanner Richardville winning at 10%, but when they team up, they win right around that same mark. Another horse who does have a tendency to settle for less. 5 second-place finishes, drawing the inside. They're going to show a ton of speed. I just think he's got away with some easy fractions on the front end the last 2 races, which make his form maybe even a little bit more appealing than it ultimately is. 23 flat last time going 6 furlongs. They crawled on the front end and still got nailed late. Neon Leon's going to have the lead turning for home. We'll see if anyone can run him down as 8 will go in the gate 4 minutes from race 6.
The horses coming onto the track now for race 6. This state bred sprint at 5.5 furlongs, a field of 8. No scratches, no jockey changes. Number 7, Unbridled Slew, 3 pounds over. Exacta, Trifecta, Superfecta. This dash features the 10-cent Grand High Five, First Pentafecta. Wager featured on the card, double pick 3. Fast track with 3 minutes. 2 post time. Less than 1 minute to post time. Less than a minute now. The horses are approaching the starting gate. The horses have reached the starting gate. It is now post time. They're going in. Joseph Beamer with Mystery Impact. Neon Leon, Joe Ramos riding for a hat trick of wins on the card. Now Alberto Burgos with Cringe coming up. Evan Roman, Reflex loaded, now Cringe. Cesar Orantes with Unbridled Slew. White with the turquoise stars and cap. Rocketing, Fernando de la Cruz has a win on the card. Now Unbridled Victor. Luis Contreras on a riding double. Tracy Wisner won the opener. One more. Marcelino Pedroso Jr. with Green Whiz. So stand by. At 5.5 furlongs. They're in the gate. And they're off. Cringe broke last. Mystery Impact broke on top. Good speed from Reflex right there. Neon Leon now making a dash for it from the rail for Joe Ramos. Neon Leon's taking a short lead. Reflex is also showing early interest, and right there is Unbridled Slew in a turquoise cap. After breaking sharp, Mystery Impact is now fourth past the half-mile pole. Griwa's running a wide fifth. Rocketing is next in sixth. Then comes Unbridled Victor, and as they round the far turn, Cringe has dropped back toward last. The quarter past in 22.55 seconds around the far turn that way. It's Neon Leon as Reflex stays close to Neon Leon. Here's the quarter pole. Then a break. Greenwoods will straighten away in third from Unbridled Slew, rocketing on the far outside. Mystery Impact, Cringe up one spot, and Unbridled Victor is last. Top of the stretch. And it's Neon Leon who sets sail for the final furlong for Joe. Neon Leon gets those left-handers. Leads Reflex by 4 past the 8th pole. Rocketing with a late bid. Griwa's between horses, and then Unbridled Slew heads the rest. They're near home. It's Neon Leon, and Joe Ramos wins 3. Neon Leon by 4 from Reflex. Rocketing was third. Then Unbridled Slew with Cringe and Griwiz. .104.75 after the dash. 104.75 seconds. 1:6:37 the top 4. Stand by photo for 5th for the Pentafecta. Neon Leon, 3-2 first. 6 Reflex. 9-5 second. There's 3 Rocketing. 15-1 third. 7 Unbridled Slew. White turquoise stars and cap was 4th, and 5th photo. 5th is on the dive. At the finish, stand by for the full result in the 5th for the Pentafecta. 3 for Joe Ramos. Rings the sprint up here for Tiana Richardville. Neon Leon at 3-2. Home. The judges have posted after a photograph. 8 Green Whiz getting into the pentafecta. 7-1 on 8. Green Whiz was 5th. Returning to the Murphy Trailer Sales winner, circle the 1, Neon Leon. 1, 2, 3 for Joe Ramos. Neon Leon is a 4-year-old dark bay or brown gelding by Unbridled Express. At a Brenda's Goal by Scat Daddy. Gianna Richardville trains for breeder Jim Edgar, Karen Strahan, James Strahan, 3-star stable Ron Jones, and Troy Wades. Red Shed Thoroughbred LLC. Horseshoe Indianapolis congratulates the Indiana bred sprint winner. Neon Leon was 3-2. It's official. And we're standing by for the official payoffs after race 6 again. Result 16378 official. Here it is. 1-6 exacta paid $15.40, with Green Whiz holding 5th from Cringe. The 10-cent pentafecta paid $64.40. 50-cent trifecta 163, $25.85. 12-1 double $19.20. 10-cent superfecta 1637, $20.31. And the 50-cent pick 3 on races 4, 5, and 6. Pick 3, 8 with the 12 with the 1, Neon Leon. Pick 3 paid out $28.45. Favorite was first, only ran 104.75 seconds after the running of race 6. We turn the page. Race 7, one of the 3 taken off the turf course. Fast main track. Race 7 will be run over the 1 1/16. Scratch 1, Precious Medley. 2, Majestic Drive. Number 3, Hi Barbie. Take out the 4, Lady of Power. Scratch 7, Precious. No superfecta. No pentafecta wagering featured. No superfecta. No 10-cent Grand High 5 wagers. Scratch 1, 2, 3, 4, and the 7. 8, Sweet Molly B, the jockey Evan Roman. Evan Roman will ride number 8, Sweet Molly B. Exacta trifecta, double, and the start of our final pick 3 of the day. Post time will be at 5:13. They're in the gate. And they're off. Cringe broke last. Mystery Impact broke on top. Good speed from Reflex right there. Neon Leon now making a dash for it from the rail for Joe Ramos. Neon Leon's taking a short lead. Reflex is also showing early interest, and right there is Unbridled Slew in a turquoise cap. After breaking sharp, Mystery Impact is now 4th past the half-mile pole. Gree was running a wide 5th. Rocketing is next in 6th. Then comes Unbridled Victor, and as they round the far turn, Cringe has dropped back toward last. The quarter passed in 22.55 seconds around the far turn that way. It's Neon Leon as Reflex stays close to Neon Leon. Here's the quarter pole. Then a break. Greenwoods will straighten away in third from Unbridled Slew, rocketing on the far outside. Mystery Impact, Cringe up one spot, and Unbridled Victor is last. Top of the stretch. And it's Neon Leon who sets sail for the final furlong for Joe. Neon Leon gets those left-handers, leads Reflex by 4, past the 8th pole. Rocketing with late bid, Greenwoods between horses, and then Unbridled Slew heads the rest. They're near home. It's Neon Leon, and Joe Ramos wins 3. Neon Leon by 4 from Reflex. Rocketing was 3rd. Then Unbridled Slew with Cringe and Greenwoods.
Oh, yeah, him. So nasty.
Hey.
What?
Who's the funniest jockey in the jock string?
Funniest? Oh my gosh. I'm gonna go with Joe Ramos.
Elias? Who's the funniest? Elias?
Yeah.
Elias is the funniest?
Yes.
Alberto Burgo.
Alberto?
Funniest? Probably my dad or Fernando.
You?
Manny Esquivel.
Manny?
I don't know.
Who do you think's the funniest?
Canutro. I don't know. He's the best.
He's the best.
Serious? Fernando.
The most serious? Marcelino.
I guess Tommy. I don't know.
Who's the dirtiest jockey in the jock string?
Joseph.
Whatever, mister. I have to take a shower before I can get my... What? You little...
Chalk, chalk, chalk. Chalk players' dream here at Horseshoe Indianapolis. There's nothing wrong with chalk. There's plenty of people that pound rock chalk. And that's what we've seen today. Our biggest price so far, $9.20. We'll see if that trend continues or if it goes away in the final pick 3 of the day. 9 minutes away from race number 7 in here. Let's take a look at this field that was originally carded to be on the turf course allowance competition, now a mile and a 16th on a fast track in this spot. I didn't really know where favoritism was going to land. Maybe an idea. I thought the 9 might go off favorite, and it still could, but Birdie Rose taking a lot of love. Martin Garcia, he's going to ship over. I didn't get any rider changes or anything like that. Correct me if I'm wrong. Shout me out on the Twitter feed if need be, but I have down that he is still going to be aboard today in this spot despite being off turf in here. So we'll see if he can get some gas money on the way back home. He was aboard last time out May 2nd on Kentucky Oaks Day. So you know that race was tough. And not very often do you run against a monster like She Feels Pretty, who actually just came back to dominate yet again on Belmont Days. So exiting a grade 3 Modesty Stakes, going 9 furlongs on Oaks Day. It's not just your standard grade 3. That's some of the best horses around the country. And I thought that this horse ran very well, showed good speed, dueled for a very long time before backing out of it and finished last. But in that group, went off at 27-1. Wasn't expected to win or be a huge factor that day, but showed a ton of speed, and that's where I want to be on the lead in this off-turf event. 3-2 is the one to catch to cash for Birdie Rose. But the 6, Pula, may have something to say about that. We'll see if old friend Robertino Diodoro can get his return on investment. $40,000 claim last time out from Phil Bauer. He must know something the rest of us don't, because Bauer's a tough guy to claim off of and move horses up. But him and Chad Call have had a connection that is worth watching out for, because they do win at a very high rate. Mr. Chad Call has picked out some nice horses, or Robertino's picked out some nice horses for him, because they are having success at the claiming box. Has gone off favored in the last 2 starts. Doesn't appear they'll be favored in here. Orlando Mojica going to call the shots. A jockey-trainer combination that has had a ton of success around the years. I got accustomed to those two up in my Canterbury Park days, where they were both winning well over 25% up at Canterbury Park. We'll see if Pula can go to the winner's circle, but could be a horse to challenge for the lead up front with Birdie Rose on the front end, and certainly has an experience edge over that one, at least on the dirt surface in this spot for Pula. But the 8 is Sweet Molly B. Maybe I draw your attention to the 4-year-old filly who's got my attention. Now, is this a tough spot? Absolutely. Was it going to be a tough spot on the turf? Sure. But last time out, this horse was very impressive. The lightly raced 4-year-old Evan Roman going to be in the saddle today for Connor Murphy, who's winning at 50%. And in an off-turf event similar to this one, it was a small field. They broke well, but they were taken back to last. And that strategy was simply by design, because they broke sharp, but they lingered all the way back to last. They sat in last place and then came with a big sustained run. Went from last to first in the blink of an eye, and then ended up winning the race, going away for the homebred Black Horse Farms. I think this 4-year-old filly certainly has upside. She's facing much more competition today. She's facing winners for the first time. She's facing horses that have been in graded stakes competition. But when they go from last to first and they do so winning, going away, you don't really know if they ever reach the bottom of that tank. I'm not sure we've seen the bottom of Sweet Molly B's tank yet. We'll find out how it plays out 5 minutes away from race number 7.
Whitney Phillies Mare stepping onto the track now for race 7. This one of the 3 taken off the turf course, all main track card over the mile and a 16th. Fast track, 5 run. Scratch 1 Precious Medley, 2 Majestic Drive, 3 High Barbie. Take out the 4 Lady of Power, and scratch 7 Pressure. No superfecta, no pentafecta wagering. 8 Sweet Molly B, the jockey Evan Roman. Evan Roman's on 8. Sweet Molly B in the red and gold. Exacta trifecta, double, final pick 3 of the day. 2 minutes to post time. 2 and 2. Less than 1 minute to post time. Less than 1 minute. The horses are approaching the starting gate, going down to the mile and a 16th. Main track start for the fillies mares. The horses have reached the starting gate. It is now post time. Martin Garcia with Birdie Rose coming up. 3-5 on Birdie Rose. Birdie Rose first in. Exits the Modesty. Orlando Mexico with Pula coming up. The daughter of Ghost Zapper has joined Birdie Rose. Evan Roman with Sweet Molly B. So Pola's gone all in, joined Birdie Rose. Now Sweet Molly B. Over the mile and a 16th, a couple of them back. Marcelino Pedrosa Jr. partners Condone. One more Fernando de la Cruz with Yes Ma'am. She broke her maiden here on the first Saturday in May. They're in the gate. They're off. Pula broke well. Nearest the inside, Birdie Rose showing her speed for Martin Garcia. And Yes Ma'am, black with the green hoops, strides up on the outside. Sweet Molly B and Condone has dropped back to last as they enter the first turn. It's Birdie Rose. So Birdie Rose leans toward the inside with 7 furlongs to go. Orlando Mexico and Pula second and close up as Birdie Rose dictates terms as they go to the back of the track. Fernando de la Cruz and Yes Ma'am just gains third. Nearest the inside, taken back by Evan Roman, is Sweet Molly B. With Marcelino Pedrosa Jr., Condone looks to improve her position. The quarter 24.74 seconds, Birdie Rose. So Birdie Rose is out in front, leads here by a half to 3/4. Pula staying right there with Birdie Rose for the run to the half-mile pole. Yes Ma'am is coming with a bid right now. Condone on the front side running in fourth, and Sweet Molly B trails 5 lengths from tip to tail. And the leader is Birdie Rose. Takes them through a half mile with Pula right there in 49.47 seconds. Steady as she goes. Birdie Rose nicely for Martin Garcia. Now with 3 furlongs to go. It's Birdie Rose, Pula. Yes Ma'am, third on the outside. As they make their way toward the quarter pole, Condone is fourth on the far outside. And Sweet Molly B has dropped back to last, but it's a close-knit field. Yes Ma'am has taken the lead at the quarter pole as Condone is coming with a sweep. Birdie Rose tries to rally with them. Then Sweet Molly B inside of Pula. They've straightened away after 3/4. In 1:13.68 seconds, the battle ensues. Condone edging in here on Yes Ma'am, who battles for Fernando. Birdie Rose has dropped back. Sweet Molly B is now third, shoulder to shoulder. Yes Ma'am and Condone in a battle that's come down to the finish, a battle that's been won by Condone. Condone edged away and best Yes Ma'am by 3/4 of a length. Sweet Molly B was third, then Birdie Rose, and Pula was last to pull up. $146.58 unofficial. 9-10-8-5-9 Condone. 9-2 first. 10 Yes Ma'am. 2-1 the runner-up. 8 Sweet Molly B. 8-1 third. 5 Birdie Rose was fourth, and 6 Pula last of 5 to run. 9-10-8-5-6 after the fillies, the mares Condone. Daughter Justify Marcelino Pedrosa Jr. for Victoria Oliver. G. Watts Humphrey Jr. Silks. It's Condone at 9-2. Your attention, please. There's been a trainer's objection lodged. Trainers claim a foul lodged by the trainer of 10, Yes Ma'am, Johnny Ortiz. The trainer of the 10 is alleging interference by Marcelino Pedrosa Jr. on 9, condone in the stretch run. This is a trainer's objection. The team of 10, Yes Ma'am, Johnny Ortiz. The trainers claim foul against Marcelino Pedrosa Jr. on 9, condone, alleging interference in the stretch run. Hold all tickets until official, pending the outcome of the steward's review of a trainer's objection. After looking at the angles afforded to the stewards, the trainer's objection has been disallowed, and race 7 is official. Nine, Condone with Marcelino Pedrosa Jr. Condone is a 5-year-old chestnut mare by Justify. Out of the Congrats mare, Jacaranda, bred in Kentucky by Alpha Delta Stables LLC. Victoria Oliver trains for G. Watts Humphrey Jr. Horseshoe Indianapolis congratulates the winning connections of Condone. There was no superfecta nor pentafecta featured on the fillies mares. 50-cent pick 3 paid $43.40. 9-10 exacta, $29.80. 50-cent trifecta, 9-10-8, $24.55. And the 1-9 double paid $44.60. A trainer's objection in the stretch run was disallowed. 23 minutes away from the 8th. The maiden will be run on the main track over the 1 1/16. Scratch 1 after Big Storm. 3, the Irish Ranter. Take out 4, Porky is by name. And scratch the 14, Mordecai. 13, Innis Free Lad draws in. Runs as a main track only for John Harron. Innis Free Lad, the 13 runs. Scratch 1, 3, 4, and the number 14. 6, Sligo Time, a jockey change to Santo Sanjor. Medication note for Sligo Time, first time Lasix. That should be marked in your program L1, designating first time Lasix L1 for 6, Sligo Time, and that jockey change to Santo. 12, Kentucky Justice, 2 pounds over the program weight. Exacta trifecta superfecta, 10-cent pentafecta, and the starts of the late double with a 5:47 post time. They're off. Polo broke well. Nearest the inside, Birdie Rose showing her speed for Martine Garcia. And Yes Ma'am, black with the green hoops, strides up on the outside. Sweet Molly B and Condone has dropped back to last as they enter the first turn. It's Birdie Rose. So Birdie Rose leads toward the inside with 7 furlongs to go. Orlando Mejica and Pula second and close up as Birdie Rose dictates terms as they go to the back of the track. Fernando de la Cruz and Yes Ma'am just gains third. Here's the inside taken back by Evan Roman is Sweet Molly B. With Marcelino Pedrosa Jr., Condone looks to improve her position. The quarter 24.74 seconds, Birdie Rose. So Birdie Rose is out in front, leads here by a half to 3/4. Pula staying right there with Birdie Rose for the run to the half-mile pole. Yes Ma'am is coming with a bid right now. Condone on the front side running in fourth, and Sweet Molly B trails 5 lengths from tip to tail. And the leader is Birdie Rose. Takes them through a half mile with Pula right there in 49.47 seconds. Steady as she goes. Birdie Rose nicely for Martine Garcia. Now with 3 furlongs to go. It's Birdie Rose, Pula. Yes Ma'am, third on the outside. As they make their way toward the quarter pole, Condone is fourth on the front outside. And Sweet Molly B has dropped back to last, but it's a close-knit field. Yes Ma'am has taken the lead at the quarter pole as Condone is coming with a sweep. Birdie Rose tries to rally with them. Then Sweet Molly B inside of Pula. They strained away after 3 quarters. In 1:13.68 seconds, the battle ensues. Condone edging in here on Yes Ma'am, who battles for Fernando. Birdie Rose has dropped back. Sweet Molly B is now third, shoulder to shoulder. Yes Ma'am and Condone in a battle that's come down to the finish, a battle that's been won by Condone. Condone edged away and best Yes Ma'am by 3/4 of a length. Sweet Molly B was third, then Birdie Rose.
When it comes to horse racing, you can never have too much information. With Twin Spires, you can place your bets with confidence. Whether you use handicapping insights like our Brisnet speed ratings, prime power, and past performances, the guidance of our experts' top picks, or just choose a name that catches your eye. Yes! No matter how you pick your horse, bet with Twin Spires. And now you can race to victory with Twin Spires tournaments.
Look around. Spring is here. And no matter what you're planning or planting, it's nice to know Hubler Ford's got you covered for 200,000 miles. During Hubler's Spring Forward event, save big on a new Ford. You pay what we pay. Ford employee pricing for everyone. So spring forward, knowing Hubler's got you covered for 200,000 miles.
DriveHubler.com.
Horses down here in the paddock, 6 minutes away from race number 8, your final thoroughbred event of the day. And this is the last one that was carded originally for the turf course, and now will be run on the main track. Hopefully you're still live in either your pick 4s or pick 5s. That today has been an interesting race day. Some competitive races with some very close finishes. So despite being off the turf, we've really had some close finishes. I'm hopeful we have another one in here. I'm going to go to your only main track, the only horse where the connections actually wanted to be on the surface. Everyone else desired to be on the turf. Many of them were set to make their turf debut, so there are a lot of horses with dirt experience in here. But how about Heron Thoroughbreds owns and trains the 3-year-old gelding Innis Free Life? Evan Roman going to be calling the shots. He's been aboard each and every start, showed good speed early before taking back behind dueling leaders and stayed evenly in the lane. I don't mind the first time going 2 turns last time out and staying on evenly, beaten by 3 lengths at almost 40-1. Evenly wins races around 2 turns, and if you can carry that speed or just sustain your bid, you can win a lot of races, especially the maiden-type races. So we'll see if Evan Roman can get the job done in here. And if you are still alive in those horizontal plays, you are far from home. A wide-open betting affair for the final race of the day on a Tuesday here at Horseshoe Indianapolis. Your current favorite, My Mr. Perfect, looking to do something he's been unable to do in the first 10 starts of his career. The rider's getting the leg up. We'll find out who exits the maiden ranks 5 minutes from now.
The horses call post right now for the 8th race. The maiden here will be run over the main track at 1 mile and 1/16. A field of 10. Scratch 1 after Big Storm, 3 the Irish Ranter. Take out 14, Porky is my name, and the 14, Mordecai. Scratch the 1, 3, 4, and the number 14. 6 Sligo time, a jockey change to Santo Sanjor. Medication note, first time Lasix. Should be marked in your program L1. First time Lasix for 6 Sligo time with Santo Sanjor up. 12 Kentucky Justice, 2 pounds over the weight. Exacta Trifecta Superfecta, 10 cent Pentafecta. Starts at a late double here with the maiden. 9th race, fast track for the quarter horse maiden dash over the 400 yards. 9th race for Long-Legged Lover. Jose Ruiz rides for Long-Legged Lover. 2 minutes. Less than 1 minute to post time. Less than a minute. Late scratch, number 9, Lookout Kid. Ladies and gentlemen, by order of the stewards, upon recommendation of the track veterinarian, number 9, Lookout Kid has now been scratched here from the maiden. All wagers on 9, Lookout Kid refunds. Stand by for a 9-9 consolation double. 9 and 9 will be a consolation double. Those using number 9, Lookout Kid, in a multi-race wager, you'll now receive the post-time favorite as your substitute in any multi-race wagers. 9-9 for that consolation double. Scratch number 9, Lookout Kid. The horses are approaching the starting gate. Going down to the mile and 16th main track start for the maiden. 9, Lookout Kid, a late scratch. The horses have reached the starting gate. It is now post time. Fernando de la Cruz with Whiskey Tryst. Rodney Prescott. Tiz Irish has moved into the true center starting gate. Alberto Burgos with My Mr. Perfect. Felix Ostadillo with Money Monday. With Santo Sanjor leading up Sligo time. Money Monday has gone all in. Sligo time went in okay. Manny Escobar with El Jovero. 3-time starter last season. Up comes El Jovero. Samuel Bermuda's Cow Creek Kid went in well. El Jovero joins. To couple back, Joseph Romero with Kentucky Justice. My Mr. Perfect, even money favorite. Kentucky Justice given a 39-1 chance over the mile and 16th. This is our penultimate race on the card. 9 Lookout Kid, a late scratch. The 9's a non-runner, and one more. Evan Roman with Innisfree Lad. Runs in the maiden as a main track only for John Howden. El Jovero getting fidgety. All in. And they're off. And Sligo time broke alertly with Whiskey Tryst from the rail. El Jovero trying to engage early. Here come bids by Innisfree Lad. Right there is Cow Creek Kid and also Kentucky Justice. A wave as they enter the first turn. Sligo time of the Purple Silks is a ground-saving 6th as Whiskey Tryst just leads as they go to the back of the track from a close-up Money Monday at the 6.5. These have made an early break then from Cow Creek Kid, who's third upon settling by a length. Kentucky Justice a wide 4th. Sligo time a ground-saving 5th. Innisfree Lad is a wide 6th. El Jovero 7th between horses. Mine Mr. Perfect in the back half of the field, and Tiz Irish trails. The opening quarter, 23.55 seconds. It's Whiskey Tryst. So with Fernando de la Cruz, Whiskey Tryst is the leader, taking them to a half mile out. Leads here by 2 to Money Monday, who's second by 2. Cow Creek Kid in the white cap is inching in now from third. Sligo time, Kentucky Justice very wide both turns. El Jovero's in traffic. El Jovero might run into a ton of traffic there between horses. In the meantime, coming up on the outside is Tiz Irish from out of last. And then dropping back Innisfree Lad and My Mr. Perfect half mile. 48.14 seconds. Smooth sailing for this leader. Whiskey Tryst coming toward the quarter pole. Leads Cow Creek Kid by 3. As they straighten away, far outside, Tiz Irish continues to make headway. El Jovero looking to gain. On the far outside, Kentucky Justice, then Sligo time. My Mr. Perfect on the extreme outside. Money Monday has dropped back, so too Innisfree Lad, homeward bound. Whiskey Tryst has opened up a 9-length lead. 3/4, 1 minute 13.93 seconds. Whiskey Tryst well clear. Cow Creek Kid continues to charge. El Jovero's third, but running in place. My Mr. Perfect is back in 4th with Fernando de la Cruz. Whiskey Tryst won by 8. Cow Creek Kid was the runner-up. El Jovero holds My Mr. Perfect for 3rd. Tiz Irish back in 5th. We had a horse unseat Joseph Romero, Kentucky Justice. Something went wrong with Kentucky Justice inside the final 16th, and we have Joseph Romero down on the track here. Staff be alerted. We have a rider down on the track, Kentucky Justice. 146.85. Hold all tickets. 2:11.758 after the maiden. 2 Whiskey Tryst. 8-1 first, 11 Cow Creek Kid. 3-1 second, 7 El Jovero. 9-1 third, 5 My Mr. Perfect. 6-5 favorite was 4th. And 8 Tiz Irish will round out the pentafecta. Again, staff here attending to Kentucky Justice and Joseph Romero. Do hold all tickets until posted as official. And as the equine team tends here to Kentucky Justice, Joseph Romero up to his feet. Joseph Romero and Kentucky Justice being tended to here on the track by the equine staff, and Joseph is up to his feet. In the Murphy Trailer Sales Winner Circle, the 2 Whiskey Tryst with Fernando de la Cruz. Whiskey Tryst is a 4-year-old dark bear brown gelding by Commissioner. Out of the Any Given Saturday Mare Weekend Tryst, Michelle Elliott trains for Indiana breeder and owner Kimberly A. Kreitzer. Horseshoe Indianapolis congratulates the winning connections of Whiskey Tryst out to the maiden ranks. The result of the 8th race is official. 211 exacta paid $90.40. 50-cent trifecta, 211.7. $151.15. The $1 late pick 4 presented by Itoba. $1,577.70. 10-cent superfecta, 211.75. Paid $59.53. 10-cent pentafecta, 211.758, $275.36. Tis Irish back in 5th. The 9-2 double paid $79.40. 9-9, that's a consolation double, $8.20. Late scratch on 9, Lookout Kid. There were refunds in that consolation double. 192, 50-cent pick 3, returned $99 even. 50-cent late pick 5, $2,639.70 on 5 of 5. 146.85 after the maiden. 9th race to close out the card with a quarter horse maiden dash over the 400 yards. Fast track, no scratches for Long-Legged Lover. The jockey Jose Ruiz on 4 Long-Legged Lover. Exacta, trifecta, superfecta, 10-cent quarter horse pentafecta. Post time will be at 6:18. El Jovero getting fidgety. All in. And they're off. And Sligo time broke alertly with Whiskey Tryst from the rail. El Jovero trying to engage early. Here come bids by Innisfree Lad. Right there is Cow Creek Kid and also Kentucky Justice. A wave as they enter the first turn. Sligo time of the Purple Silks is a ground-saving 6th as Whiskey Tryst just leads as they go to the back of the track from a close-up Money Monday at the 6.5. These have made an early break then from Cow Creek Kid, who's third upon settling by a length. Kentucky Justice a wide 4th. Sligo time a ground-saving 5th. Innisfree Lad is a wide 6th. El Jovero 7th between horses. Mine Mr. Perfect in the back half of the field, and Tis Irish Trails. The opening quarter, 23.55 seconds. It's Whiskey Tryst. So with Fernando de la Cruz, Whiskey Tryst is the leader, taking them to a half mile out. leads here by 2 to Money Monday, who's second by 2. Cow Creek Kid in the white cap is inching in now from third. Sligo Time, Kentucky Justice, very wide both turns. El Jovero's in traffic. El Jovero might run into a ton of traffic there between horses. In the meantime, coming up on the outside is Tiz Irish from out of last. And then dropping back in is Free Lad and My Mr. Perfect half mile. 48.14 seconds. Smooth sailing for this leader. Whiskey Trist coming toward the quarter pole. Leads Cow Creek Kid by 3. As they straighten away, far outside, Tiz Irish continues to make headway. El Jovero looking to gain. On the far outside, Kentucky Justice, then Sligo Time. My Mr. Perfect on the extreme outside. Money Monday has dropped back, so too Innisfree Lad, homeward bound. Whiskey Trist has opened up a 9-length lead. 3/4, 1 minute 13.93 seconds. Whiskey Trist well clear. Cow Creek Kid continues to charge. El Jovero's third, but running in place. My Mr. Perfect is back in fourth with Fernando de la Cruz. Whiskey Trist won by 8. Cow Creek Kid was the runner-up. El Jovero holds My Mr. Perfect for third. Tiz Irish back in fifth.
have just one race remaining on our Tuesday card at Horseshoe Indianapolis. It's an $18,000 maiden for registered Indiana-bred quarter horses, 3, 4, and 5 years old. I think it was kind of interesting, and I thought amusing when Rachel and John talk about how many maidens we're having with the quarter horses. And I could not agree more, but I'll add one more description to that, and that's like, this is confounding. From a handicapping point of view, it's confounding because it's just a bunch of quality horses. You're never sure who's going to step up in these races. So we're going to give it a whirl today and see how we do. I'm going to start with the, we don't have any scratches, so that's a good news. And as I mentioned, they're traveling 400 yards. All right. Tony Cunningham, who's won the last 2 quarter horse training titles here, has 2 in this race. Oh, that can be confounding too. Which of the Cunninghams is going to have the better day today? And I think they're both qualified, both capable of breaking the maiden. I'll begin with number 1, and that's Flashy Beach DHD. Might be overlooked. She's a filly by Escondido Beach. We certainly know how good that pedigree is. And then one thing that stood out for me is that last year in her 2-year-old season, she qualified for 2 futurities. She didn't win, but she was in the hunt, and that's money for the horseman. And so she's won more money than her stablemate when it comes to this particular condition. She faced some really tough rivals when she began her 3-year-old campaign, and that was May 15th in trials for the Harley Green Derby. Ooh, we got a really good crop of 3-year-olds. Every one of those trials was tough. So I think Francisco Quintero has the call. I'm going to go on top with the 1, but let's go quickly to the stablemate, and that's number 2, Valiant Beecher. Cunningham's second entrant, consistent in his 2-year-old campaign, but just pretty much at the maiden level. Maybe 1 futurity trial, but that was it. So obviously didn't test the waters as deeply as Flashy Beach DHD did. But I will say from a pedigree point of view, this horse, this gelding, is sired by Valiant Hero, and that's probably a better pedigree for 400 yards. A lot of the horses will go 300, 350, but 400 takes a little bit of a different, a stronger pedigree. Not that I don't like Escondido Beach, because I love Escondido Beach, but Valiant Beecher could be able to prevail based on the pedigree and being able to get that extra distance. All right, so certainly give his stablemate run for the money. Current leading rider, L. Danny Martinez, has the call. All right, let's go next to number 8, and that's Torio. Oh, I'm going to mess up. I knew I was going to mispronounce, like Torio 2. Makes his second Indiana start for Claudio Barazza. Very troubled debut on May 12th. He was brushed by a rival and then literally could not keep the straight path, so no luck there. But I think, we're going to give him another chance. I mean, I'm not quite sure of the sire. It's a fairly new sire, but the stallion is out of a walk-through fire stallion, and that is an exceptional pedigree. Mostly West Coast, ran, I think, for one of the California trainers and was winning futurities and derbies off the chart. So you have to look at this horse and see. He's going to race today as a first-time gelding. When you see those initials FTG in your program, that means that the connections decided he wasn't going to go be a stallion following his racing career. They wanted him more focused on the racing situation. So they geld him, and they come back, and a lot of times a little calmer and a little more focus in the starting gate. So we'll see how this horse does. He is going to be ridden by last year's leading rider, and that's Edgar Diaz. All right, we're going to round out our top 4 with number 5, Cruising Down the Beach. I always get confused because I think it's got to be an Escondido Beach, but no, this is a 4-year-old son of Habit's Secret, who is another very, very quality Indiana stallion. Now, this horse ran a game second last October, finishing up his 3-year-old campaign here. Then he made 2 starts at Sandy Ridge at the Red Mile. That's that track in Kentucky. They have an abbreviated meet that runs the month before Horseshoe India. It's really always a good kind of warm-up situation for the horses coming to Horseshoe Indy. So Oscar Macias is going to ride this gray gelding. He's hit the board in 3 of his 11 starts, so he has potential as well. I'll go 1, 2, 8, 5. But you know me, I like to talk about that quarter horse pentafecta. We got some big bucks that have come out of this race, and you can play it for 10 cents. You can box 5 horses for just $12, and they paid hundreds and thousands of dollars. So we're going to put in number 3, Political Lies, into the ticket, trained by Tim Eggleston. This is the son of popular stallion Eos A Political Win. Exits a trial for that Harley Green Derby, and I talked about how tough those trials were. And he finished 7th in his trial, but he had to run against his stablemate Beach First, who ended up qualifying for the Harley Green Derby. All right, so good luck with your wagers today. We'll be back tomorrow for another quarter horse race, and please mark those calendars for our next all quarter horse day coming up Saturday, June 28th. We get started at 10:45 a.m. Have a good evening, everybody.
The horses stepping onto the track for the 9th race to close the card with a quarter horse maiden dash over the 400 yards. Fast track a field of 8. No scratches for Long-Legged Lover. Jose Ruiz rides for Long-Legged Lover. Exacta Trifecta Superfecta, the 10-cent quarter horse Pentafecta. Just a short time away from the start. The horses are approaching the starting gate. At the gate, it is now post time. Cruising down the beach uses a flipping halter. Cruising down the beach first in. Flashy Beach DHD coming up at the 400-yard start. APH Battle Captain. Valiant Beecher. Leading up Dashin' Quick Corona. Political Lies. Jose Ruiz with long-legged lover. One more. Edgar Diaz with Torero 2. Wednesday post time 2:10 p.m. Eastern. Here comes the last, all in. Off in the Tuesday finale. Political Lies quickly away, along with Flashy Beach DHD. Valiant Beecher well back, looking to make a split past the 330. Here comes a charge from Dashing Quick Corona, but lugging in. Cruising down the beach in tight quarters, had a steady. And Torero 2 coming with a bid, but lugging in and out. They come past the 16th. It's up for grabs. Flashy Beach DHD. Torero 2 surges. Torero 2 out to the maiden ranks from Dashing Quick Corona with Flashy Beach DHD. And then Political Lies. Next was Long-Legged Lover, and they were followed home by Valiant Beecher. Photo finish to close out the card. We're standing by for the result of photographs after the maiden. It was 2-1 on 8, Torero 2. Edgar Diaz for Claudio Barraza. 2-1 on Torero 2. Stand by for the judges' confirmation of all the placings. 8-7-1-3-4 posted fifth for the quarter horse pentafecta. It's 8 Torero 2. 2-1 confirmed the unofficial winner of the maiden. 7 Dashing Quick Corona. 10-1 on the runner-up. 1 Flashy Beach DHD at 7-2 third. 3 Political Lies 6-1 fourth, and 4 Long-Legged Lover for the quarter horse grand high five. 8-7-1-3-4 after the finale. Ninth race official. Stepping into the Murphy Trailer Sales winner circle, the 8 Torero 2 with Edgar Diaz. Torero 2 is a 3-year-old Grey Gelding by El Torero. Out of Marinero 2 by Salin Corona. Claudio Barraza trains for Gerardo Guzman. Horseshoe Indianapolis congratulates the winning connections of Torero 2 out to the maiden ranks. 8-7 exacta paid $64.20. 50-cent trifecta, 8-7-1, $89.80. 2-8 double, 53.40. 10-cent superfecta, 8-7-1-3, $57.74. Final pick 3 of the day, 9-2-8, $227.70. And the 10-cent quarter horse pentafecta paid $290.74. No final time posted for the maiden after the 400 yards. We had a fast track today. That concludes today's live racing program. We thank all that joined us here at the races. Cheers to all who tuned in. Live racing resumes on Wednesday and Thursday cards from 2:10 p.m. Eastern. Saturday and evening card. Hope you can join us on Saturday night for Pups and Ponies and the 11th World Jockey Challenge here. Saturday post time will be at 5:10. Next couple of cards tomorrow and Thursday off from 2:10 p.m. Eastern. Until next time, for all of us here at Horseshoe Indianapolis, it's been my pleasure today from the broadcast booth. Track announcer John G. Dooley saying good night. Off in the Tuesday finale. Political lies quickly away, along with Flashy Beach DHD. Valiant Beecher well back, looking to make a split past the 330. Here comes a charge from Dashing Quick Corona, but lugging in. Cruising down the beach in tight quarters, had a steady. And Torero 2 coming with a bid, but lugging in and out. They come past the 16th. It's up for grabs. Flashy Beach DHD. Torero 2 surges. Torero 2 out to the maiden ranks from Dashing Quick Corona.